councillors and the viewing public. Welcome to the Planning and Development Committee for the 12th of July. Councillor Rebecca, welcome back. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional owners, or custodians, should I say, on the land on which we meet today, the Western Waka Waka, Jawa and Guyabal peoples and Bigambul peoples to our west. I'd like to acknowledge their songlines and connections to this land for many, many centuries, and how they've taken care of that, and how we can join together and move forward in genuine reconciliation in making a better future for all Australians. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleagues, Councillor Jeff McDonald, Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor, and my colleagues this morning. Welcome back, Rebecca, and I think Councillor Nancy, you were here the other day. Yeah. I'm just trying to think last time I've seen everyone. Anyway, and also welcome to the viewing public online today. Welcome also to Acting CEO Nick Hauser and General Manager, and to all the officers present this morning. Item 2 we move to is attendance, including leave, apologies, leave of absence, declarations of conflict of interest. I note we have an apology, or Councillor Antonio requires a motion for an apology. Moved by Councillor Jeff McDonald, seconded by Councillor Carey, Shine. Leave of absence is granted as previous in the ordinary special meeting, requires noting. Oh, sorry, I do, don't I? Those in favour? Carry. Leave of absence for noting, Councillor O'Hara Sullivan. Only, Kirsten, help me out with that note. What is that? That's... yeah, and there's no declarations as I understand, but if there's anything comes up as normal, please speak up so that we look out for one another around the room and the interests of the community. No more business around item 2. Let's move to item 3, the Toowoomba Regional Council Environmental Policy, and Councillor, our Manager of Strategic Planning and Economic Development, Michelle, will present to us. Thank you, Michelle.
Good morning, councillors. I hope you're well this morning. This first item report this morning for consideration is the new council policy regarding environment. This policy includes a set of core principles that council can consider when drafting other policies or considering decisions that affect environment matters. The report has been prepared on the back of some of the early work done by Infrastructure and Services Group, and part of their consideration of their environmental management system and looking at the international standards. It was considered best practice that organisations who implement those operational procedures and standards have an overarching position in relation to environment matters. So this report before you today and the attachment which outlines the draft new policy has been through substantial internal consultation across the organisation. In addition to that, we have undertaken consultation with the Environment Advisory Group, who represent a range of interests in the region and have good understanding and appreciation of environmental sustainability and practice. So the recommendation before you today is to adopt the proposed environment policy as attachment 1 as a guide for preparing other policies and procedures relating to environmental matters within the Toowoomba Regional Council area.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Nancy, then Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor Shine. And
Thank you,
Councillor Tim.
Chair. So a couple of questions, if I may. I support this policy. I think it's a good move forward for our council to have this in place as an overarching document. I was surprised there was no consultation with councillors at all in that, and I would have thought a new policy would have actually come to councillors as part of the consultation process, unless I was absent, but it's not even listed in the report that we were consulted. I just wonder what the process is there, what would normally be the procedure, and maybe that should be directed to the CEO when there's a new policy. Strategically, councillors would be consulted normally, or...?
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Good morning, councillors. It's a good question, Councillor Summerfield. I think that in the development of these new policies, I would imagine there's some consultation. I think probably seek comment from Michelle around that. I know that it's been referred to the Environmental Advisory Committee, which provides advice to councillors, but Michelle might have more comment around the inclusion of councillors. I know this came up last month too, I think, around another policy, so that we might need to review that through our policy development consultation procedure.
Well, given that I'm comfortable with this policy, I'm also comfortable with that happening, but I really wouldn't like to see a policy landed on us like this with absolutely no consultation with councillors before it actually comes to a meeting for a decision. That's my view personally. So then, having read it, it got me thinking about, you'll remember, and this may be more a finance question, I'm not sure, but it reflects on this, and that is that last term I pushed for changes to our procurement policy around recycling of goods used across our organisation to improve environmental outcomes, and that included things like using recycled paint on all of our buildings. And if you think about how many buildings we've got as a council, what a great improvement that would be if we were using recycled paint instead of just your standard paint. That's just one example that was used in developing those changes to the policy. So my interest then went to, do we ever measure where we get improved outcomes? Because it's all very well to have it written in a policy, and it'd be the same with this overarching policy. It's all very well to have the policy, but if we don't actually live it, we're not really achieving anything more than having an overarching policy. So I'd love to understand whether we actually measure where we're improving, getting better outcomes for the environment from developing this policy, but also changes to the procurement policy and all those little steps that we take. How do we actually measure it? And I know it could be quite difficult, but I do think it's something we should be doing, particularly as the state government is now pushing for this. They're saying that all state government assets, etc., need to be using more recycled products. So, and that would include office furniture and all sorts of things. So I'd love to see us start measuring that if we're not already doing it. And maybe that's something that can come back to us in feedback via email or at next week's ordinary meeting. It would be great if we could actually say at next week's ordinary meeting, well, actually, we're now doing blah, 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 and these are the measurements that we have in place.
Yes,
Statement more than anything else.
We'll have a look at that. I know that because many sections of the organisation are looking at environmental issues as part of their operational works, they may be looking at that individually. With the green infrastructure integration in council's policies, we're working as a working group to identify where they're being occurred throughout the year. So we'll look at what's being currently done, and there may be longer term opportunities to mature our monitoring process. It may not be something that happens quickly overnight, but certainly we could work across the groups to identify what they currently do and ways that we can mature that into a reporting mechanism.
That'd be fantastic. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. Look, just before I go to Councillor Rebecca, my understanding from reading the report here is this very much started as an operational policy around environmental requirements or the necessity for environmental a policy in place to do operational works. Hence, and correct me if I'm wrong, General Manager, Acting CEO, hence there was a broader overarching need across the organisation, as Michelle has indicated, so then it's become an overarching policy for Council then to consider. I'll leave my suggestions till after the discussion with councillors, as I've got some recommendations around some of the principles they need to be strengthened, or one in particular needs to be strengthened up. And I suggest I would think that we will probably need to revisit this policy. I would see it as subservient or below the overarching policies that we will have to cover off with some of the new legislative requirements under the Planning Act and as we work through our planning scheme anyway. So this is probably one that I feel we may have to revisit. But anyway, that's my view. Councillor Rebecca. I'll raise those later after we talk and get the feeling of the room, and if you don't reckon, then that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Through you, thank you, Michelle, for this. And I wholeheartedly support Councillor Summerfield's comments about measurements, because that's really where the rubber hits the road. And if we are doing good things, it would be great to be able to demonstrate that, because those ideas are very worthwhile. I draw everybody's attention to page 2 excuse me, of the draft policy. So this is page 14 on board books, page 2 of 5. Principle 3.1 reads, be ecologically sustainable and respond to climate change risks and opportunities in infrastructure, project and service delivery and regional planning, and so on. And this was something that did come up in the Environmental Advisory Committee discussions. There's a subtle but important change that I would like to put forward for us to consider, and that is that the principle reads, be ecologically sustainable and mitigate and respond to climate change risks. And the difference is that the inclusion of the word mitigate takes us as a council from being passive into an active role. We're not merely responding to climate change. We can see that there are things that we can do to mitigate climate change. So I think the inclusion of that word, mitigate and respond to climate change risks, is what I'd like us to consider.
Thanks, Councillor Beck. General Manager, would you?
And this is
I
actually
think
what we're all...
that's totally consistent.
And that's what we're already doing.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So
it's important that the
that can
policy
certainly-
reflects that.
That can certainly be placed in there. But just to re-emphasise that this is very much an overarching policy that is to meet the ISO for council, so that when council is, let's say, applying for contracts with main roads, it's consistent and complying with the state government requirements to have in place this policy. Fundamentally, that's the purpose.
That's right. But
The planning scheme will back up a lot of these principles. And also, there's a new requirement which certainly the manager may wish to speak to. In terms of our new scheme, there will be measurements. We will need to measure and report on the success of policies within our scheme. And certainly environmental policies are critical to that. So to answer a number of questions that have come up on that one.
Right. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things. The proposed amendment by Councillor Rebecca would appear to be something worthwhile to proceed with, I would have thought. I certainly appreciate the sentiments of Councillor Nancy with respect to recycling. Try to put that in practice myself in my own political life as former politician, being here today. And appreciate the comments about measurements, and my question, to which I gave notice, I think, to the General Manager, if it got through the email service, was to explain or give examples where it says in paragraph 2 of the executive summary, other desired benefits from this policy include potential to reduce costs through improved resource efficiency. I suppose it's related to that measurement concept as well, but have you got any specific examples of hope for improved resource efficiencies? Some examples of that, please.
Yes, Councillor Shine. Comment on performance measures in the scheme. So General Manager just recently mentioned that the requirements for planning schemes that are made now is to include some monitoring and performance of the scheme, and that is predominantly related to development. And so I think this position of council in terms of an overarching council policy is actually quite complementary to the planning scheme, because there will be a number of measures that are delivered by council as an organisation itself that may not be fully coming out of the planning scheme. And the planning scheme's role is really to regulate development and to guide policy around future development. In terms of the other ways in which this policy might set the broader principles and context for the organisation are certainly things like a current example is the Charlton Depot uses rainwater that's been captured on site for irrigation and water consumption, including use in toilets. So that has associated cost reduction and better practices. That's something that council has already implemented. My understanding from officers is that parks have got a new mowing regime in which some areas of park are left in a more naturalised state. That not only improves resource efficiency and associated costs with that, but it has ecological benefits in terms of maintaining some areas in a more natural state. Also, we have a mattress recycling program, so reuse of the materials from mattress avoids the cost of purchasing raw materials and reduces the amount of mattresses that are disposed of in landfill. So again, that's another efficiency. So there are some very practical outcomes that are already being implemented by various parts of the organisation that have benefits environmentally, but also have benefits in reduced organisational costs.
Well, thank you. Could I just ask a second one? Just on page 14 of All Books, which is page 2 of 5, I think, under principles, on the right-hand side it's got strategic actions. I take it that refers to a list of actions somewhere?
In the current corporate plan, so those
see.
strategic actions are directly related, or the principle has been directly related back to the relevant corporate plan strategic action.
Councillor Tim. Thanks, Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Michelle. Look, so we've got these 12 principles. I think there is some really, really good stuff in here, actually, and some stuff that I'm glad has come to council. I suppose my question regarding that link to the corporate plan. So when it says the principles, and in that paragraph, each principle has been listed against corresponding strategic action from the corporate plan, right? So we have that link to the corporate plan in there. Now we get the principles which respond to and now mitigate climate change, look at our water, those kind of things. And when I read the corporate plan, 2.1.2 in the corporate plan, back at the start of the report, we have to do all these things, but we still have to ensure planning supports economic development. And I suppose my concern with the environment policy is that while there's 12 great principles individually, on the whole, I'm wondering if, and it's perhaps my opinion, I'm wondering if you could maybe clarify for me that we're not overall limiting economic development, or in other words, anyone in this room may say, I don't agree with that because the environment policy. And I suppose whilst I applaud an environment policy, I'm just wondering that it doesn't... There's a line between development, economic development, infrastructure and environment meeting in the middle, and I'm just wondering that perhaps this doesn't push us too far to a no development, protect the environment council. Have I said that as diplomatically as possible? I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
Yes, Councillor Tim. In terms of, firstly, the principles are principles, and within that there will be associated decision-making that has to balance various viewpoints and issues, and they'll often be explored at a more deeper level. And so what this is really providing is the overall context in which to help the organisation and councillors to make decisions in a broader context. In terms of economic development, I don't see the environment and economic development being exclusive. And in fact, it's really interesting to see how businesses are leading the way, often ahead of governments, in relation to better environmental practices, because it has some efficiencies for them in the way they do their business and also reputationally. The other aspect around economic development is that it's one of the boom economies is around the environment, whether that be renewable energy, whether that be circular economy and waste reduction in those processes. So often the principles are not necessarily mutually exclusive. So I do feel that this policy provides a general context and position statement for council, but the decisions that flow underneath this will be considered in a lot more detail and take into the circumstances that apply in relation to that matter. And that will be one of often balancing to ensure that there is obviously growth for the community, because that is of importance, but at the same time doing it in a way that manages the environmental issues that we can influence as an organisation.
Yeah, and I appreciate your answer, Michelle. I suppose it hasn't really put my mind at ease yet. I mean, if we say we've got a whole bunch of water that goes from Watala to the west, and a lot of people want parts of that in different places, and then we say, no, because we need to manage our water supply holistically. No, sorry, it doesn't align with the environmental plan. Is it as simple as that?
No. No, because there are obviously ongoing contracts that we have in certain circumstances. We will need to balance those needs of the community at large with the environment and business needs as well. So in reviewing any of those aspects, there would be a more detailed analysis of those circumstances and how the environment would be considered in those circumstances. I guess what the policy is doing is saying that environmental matters have equal standing and consideration, but council's role is also to balance decisions for benefit of the community, benefit of the environment, benefit of businesses. So it will need to work through in more detail. And it's as this is an overarching policy, it's difficult then to give you a firm answer on anything, because it is going to come down to the detail and circumstances and matters that are before you at that point in time.
Yeah, sure.
I think if I could just comment that there is a critical tension always between the environment
Of course.
and development, and that's one of the fundamental roles that councillors have.
It is.
Councillors make a decision, are always in that position of trying to balance the environment against the benefits of development to the community. So that's a critical role, and all these policies do is give some indication as to what those decisions might be going forward. But at the end of the day, it's the decisions taken by council that are critical, and it's that difficulty of balancing those two fundamental elements, development, the environment. And
It
we do it all the
sounds like
time.
my standard 9 to 5, Stuart, the Environment Councillor, but Yeah, I suppose as a comment, I hope 3 years from now we don't sit here and this gives anyone the ammo they need to say no to everything environment policy. But I absolutely applaud the principles that are in there, Michelle, and I think they read very well, and I welcome them.
Councillor Tim, if I may, you know, further to the General Manager's comments around and alluding to governance, the good old quadruple bottom line is always before all of us in any organisation in the broad context, because if you don't treat environment in a sustainable manner, that's what quadruple bottom line, financial, governance, environment and social, you know, within those contexts, then we're doing something wrong.
Oh, of course, of
You know,
course,
so
yeah.
so I think it's really important. It doesn't matter whether it's environment or any topic of council. The good old bandied word sustainability is ever present before us. So. Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor James.
Thanks, Chair, and probably agree with the words you said there around, I suppose, when you look at the overall this policy is around that, whether it be conserve, sustain or enhance the environmental values. But my question probably more was going back to sort of where we talked about measurements of this, or how the intention is to be able to measure what is in this policy. One, would I be right in saying a lot of what it is in here we are doing now as business as usual anyway? This more or less just formulates it. But two, would the real measurement for this come through the planning scheme, through things that we've already introduced, like the warm temperate guidelines or our green infrastructure strategy? Is it through elements of that which fall, I guess, under the overarching policy, which is this, is where we will actually see some of those measurements, and actually, to use that term earlier, where the rubber hits the road, where it is actually visible and you can measure it?
Yes. The planning scheme provides some context to it, and in terms of measuring outcomes, yes, certainly things can be identified through performance indicators in the new planning scheme. I guess the difference, though, is that there are many other actions that are undertaken by council that are not relevant to the planning scheme, and the ones that I outlined earlier as examples are things that actually sit outside of the planning scheme. And so then this really also provides the context for that business as usual operating standard of council. And the example and the catalyst for this policy was the international standard by which council complies with when it's undertaking, for example, construction. And that includes things that don't require approvals under the planning scheme. So the context here was really to meet the international standards. It was considered best practice for council to have an overarching policy position on environment. And this is what this policy does. So it can capture it in the planning scheme as a measurable outcome and performance indicator. But the planning scheme is about regulating development. There are actions that council undertakes as part of its operational activities on a daily basis that may not fit under the planning scheme, and we could look at how that's already being monitored by other parts of the organisation as part of their business as usual practice, and whether there can be any level of maturity over time in that is something we can look at and bring back to you. I think one thing that I would identify here is council policies need to be reviewed on a regular basis for how well they're performing. And that also gives the council an opportunity to update it at either a regular review process or should something change. Now, things like the planning scheme may be a reason why we'd go back and look at this policy to see if there are any changes, enhancements that are required for this council policy. The council's also undertaking the climate risk management strategy. Again, that may be another catalyst for us to come back and review this policy. So this is not necessarily a static, it's not going to change over time. There are plenty of opportunities to review, and we can look at how well we're performing as an organisation as part of that.
Just one follow-up, if I may, Chair. And it's probably a comment I'd add to that, or it might be something that Acting CEO Nick Hauser in his previous role as General Manager Environment Community might be able to add to. I was just thinking of just a decision recently of council, so around mountain biking. So we didn't have this policy in place, but looking through it, knowing the processes we went through with that, we basically followed every step that's in this anyway. So I mean, that's probably an example, I think, of how we have followed this process already, and it is something that's embedded in council. It's just now that we have it in a formal process. Would that be nodding? So correct?
Yes, you can't hear my nod, so I'll grab the microphone. Yes, I agree, and I think this is formalising that which happens mostly across the organisation, and I think it's an important element for us to have formally adopted for our ISO accreditation as well.
And sorry, and the last thing, Chair, last thing I'll say, so I think that's probably a good example what you mentioned before, how like all of our policies, they are there for review. So now that it's formally there, or if it is formally in place from next Tuesday, it is something then that we're going to see the outcomes from it, or the response to it, or any needs or potential requirements for any changes to it or alterations to it over the next 12, 24 months. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor James. Councillor Jeff?
Thanks, Chair. I think most of what I was going to say has already been said, but I guess just to give confidence around where we are as a society, the environmental, social and governance parts of any organisation are part of those material risks that one looks at. And I just wonder whether, when we're looking at risks for all of our documents, one of those outcomes of this might well be that we assess the way that our reports are written, and over time they will have, if not sooner rather than later, a lens of environmental, social and governance over those risks that are involved in it, which would bring us up to the strategic level. And sometimes we drop down a little bit too low. So, look, I think, to be fair, I think this is really combining or bringing together all of the things that we are currently doing, but it also highlights areas that we can do better at, and that measurement process through the planning scheme and others will fall out of that. But knowing that all the policies do align with a corporate goal already, in some cases multiple, means that we are doing this. But I do think, and maybe it's a comment to take on board, Acting CEO, around when we look at the risks and issues of each report that comes to Council, it might touch on those environmental, social and governance risks, just to bring it in line with a more mature, contemporary and up-to-date method of assessing documents that come to Council. Maybe just a comment more than anything.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff. And I think that's sort of partly where I was heading with potential tweaking of this, as for all documents, and Councillor Nancy alluded to it right up front. All policies are living documents for Council to review, and that's why we do annual reviews and sometimes even more, depending on the extent of change. So that's what we're here for. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just like to comment on that. I'm really pleased with this. We are doing it, I believe, but we need to be really mindful that we can't have paralysis with, we've already got our staff stretched at the moment. So, but I just wanted to mention here, as Stuart, General Managers, alluded to it, our road management performance contract with TMR and other government bodies demands that we have these sorts of things. We're doing them anyway, it's just really formalising. So I think it's important that we adopt this and we keep it live and pertinent, I guess, as an overarching document to all we do. But just I would just actually caution against analysis by paralysis, because we need to move forward and do the business that we need to do to provide service to our community, mindful of the overarching principles that are actually in this document. So that's all I wanted to say. But I mean, the state government, we are a child of the state government, and the state government has got their own policy, and it's important that we are up there with ours as well. And it sends a message to our community that we should all be mindful that we only have one environment, and we need to do the best we can to look after it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Just before I raise the suggestions that I alluded to earlier, Councillor Melissa, do you have any input? I just wanted to give you the opportunity. All right. Kirsten, can you put the wording up? And it's on page 3 of the draft. 3.7 under the principles there, principle 3.7. And that's the suggested change that in keeping with Councillor Rebecca's sentiment about being rather clear about our intention, and along with what Councillor Carroll has just said, this policy, if you put yourself in a staff member's shoes, as I would imagine, it can be easily tracked back to the overarching document as to why we do this and why we don't do certain things. And I just thought the original partner with, it was, and particularly if you go to the bottom of that page under the relevant laws, it mentions Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2003, and that's a pretty clear document and framework, and yet we're only talking about partnering around land care. There are things that are coming out through the Planning Act and through the new planning scheme that we, as a local government, where we are required to act in a certain way around artefacts if they're found, and this happens operationally. I've personally witnessed in a former life a number of times where, I won't give too much detail, but very, very sensitive cultural heritage artefacts have been discarded. And dare I say that we hope that would never ever happen. This was a couple of decades, more than 2 decades ago, maybe 3. But the potential for a large organisation, contractors to come on board and be engaged and all sorts of things, I think a policy in setting clear parameters in line with the legislation, it doesn't leave anything up for doubt. So what do you think?
Mr Chair, from my perspective with infrastructure services, what sort of complexity does that lend to when we need to do a road and it needs to be done? I mean, I think I agree with protect and conserve the first part of it, but I'm not sure that it runs over everything. We cannot be paralysed by having to, if there's a road needs to be extended, this is going to, I'm not sure that we should be going that far with the land management. It could be interpreted to mean that before you do anything that you have to have someone come in, and I'm not even sure that they're the right people. So there's always that sort of a question in my mind. I do agree with heritage, with the protect and conserve, because it's very important, and I too have seen things on my property out at Valview, former property, where the wrong people came in and took artefacts and they were never seen again. So at the end, and they were people who should have known better. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure. I would have liked to have heard a comment from the day-to-day management of what we have to manage. We need to be very careful. There are so many restrictions now.
Councillor Carroll.
I'm not sure that this could not be then superimposed over a road management or something like that, and I don't agree with that.
Councillor Carroll, I'm specifically raising this, not in concerns of land care. We're already partnering with First Nations people in our region. And that's a progressive journey, and I'm sure the acting CEO can give you a full and frank account of that. I've raised this specifically around artefacts. And yes, I am raising it because there should be appropriate measures taken and First Nations people consulted. I'm talking about human remains being found, those sorts of things.
Sorry,
And
I may have been not clear.
That's-
That I support that.
Well,
I
that's why I'm
definitely
raising
support
it,
that.
because it's more than land, it's more than traditional caring for country. This is about being clear about artefacts, sensitive things. We addressed, and very appropriately just recently, some issues around Redwood Park.
And yes, and I support that 100%. My comment is meant to be, could this be then extrapolated out over other matters? And I think that if that's what we're talking about, we need to be more clear about what it's aimed at.
Well, I think it's pretty... I'm open to being... Councillor Nancy's been patiently waiting, and then Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Councillor Bill, and I fully understand your reasoning for wanting to put this in here. However, based on all the other principles that are in there, I'm wondering whether that's too specific and whether that actually belongs in another policy. And I would seek guidance from staff in relation to that. But really, to understand, and Councillor Carroll has raised it, to understand what that means for us, could we get legal advice on that between now and the ordinary meeting to ensure that that doesn't, and I did love that paralysis by analysis that Councillor Taylor used earlier, I wrote it down, but it's about making sure it's not creating roadblocks for us to do what is considered normal council business. So if we could just get some advice about whether legal advice about the impacts of that, and B, whether that actually, because it's specific rather than broad like the rest of the principles, I just wonder whether that actually, the protect and conserve Aboriginal cultural heritage. And look, we all want to do that, so I just don't think it belongs in this policy, that it maybe belong in somewhere else, but I'm happy to seek guidance on both queries. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. And look, I raised it because the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act is part of the relevant laws and legislation. And just to explain myself a little bit more, if you go to 3.10 on that same page, principles, it's pretty clear and specific there. It says comply with the requirements of the relevant legislation, policy, standards, guidelines and minimum to prevent and or mitigate, blah, blah, blah. But back up here, where it says Landcare, partner with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples to understand and incorporate traditional forms of land management. It's not as clear and specific about, because that act is mentioned as part of the references or relevant laws. That's why I raised it. It leaves no misinterpretation for an officer or a contractor who is employed and engaged under policy parameters conducting work. But anyway, look, who was Michelle, would you like to comment just before I go to Councillor Tim?
Thank you. In terms of the relevant laws and compliance with that, I think we need to bear in mind that there are always other pieces of legislation that impact on a range of activities of council that we are obliged to comply with, just like any other member of the community or businesses. And to that end, in terms of council's role in protecting cultural heritage of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, we tackle that in a couple of ways. We have a policy that we're working on as part of the new planning scheme to actually facilitate the identification and protection of heritage places. So we're meeting our obligations under the state planning policy to achieve that. And secondly, we have procedures in place. So they may not be of a policy standard or a status, but they are the way in which we conduct ourselves in a daily way, particularly through construction activities, to make sure that we engage relevantly with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples through that processes. So this is really the overarching principles. There are relevant laws that need to be accountable, that we need to be accountable to, and we have other procedures in place that ensure that we undertake that. I think a really good example of the land management aspect and understanding the way other parties may have managed land in the past is actually the cool burn processes that council has recently undertaken. So there's been a lot of engagement there and learning through that process, and I think that speaks to the principle that was put forward around understanding and incorporating those practices as we can through our operational processes.
Thanks, Michelle. Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Just regarding your additional words, and if that could be put back up, please. When we go from to understand to protect and conserve Aboriginal culture, I suppose my issues are twofold. First of all, Councillor Summerfield raised it in a strategic document. We're getting quite specific, which is a concern of mine. But, Chair, I suppose, and I welcome this as a dialogue, my concern is that we have the processes in place that if we're going to do a development, we meet with the traditional owners as recognised by DATSIP and we go through with them and they tell us if what needs to be protected, what needs, and we take their guidance on that. I suppose my issue is this, is it's neglecting that process and then vetoing that process and giving the say to us as the ones who determine the protection and conservation. I really think that as a council, perhaps that's best done by those who are the registered traditional owners of the land rather than by us. That would be my concern, and I'd welcome some dialogue around it. Could you clarify your thinking, please?
Yeah, certainly. No, I'm not actually implying for 1 minute that council takes on that role. What I am saying is that we adhere to policy and legislation, given that my observance, this is my personal view, I think we can improve as an organisation-wide about how you may have personally witnessed some recent accounts, but that's why the legislation around planning is changing for local governments of recent times this term. I think, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, it was initiated last term, it's been enacted in this planning scheme where local government has to consult over cultural heritage matters, whereas before never did. And so,
Of course we should, but I think this goes further than consult, and it puts the onus onto us then to understand what needs to be protected and conserved. And I really think that we shouldn't neglect our right, our need to consult with the traditional owners, and they make the calls on protection and conservation and advise us.
Yeah, look, it's not my role as chair to get into debate. I put it up. The fact is, as I said at the beginning, this policy had its origins in operations across, and this policy very much speaks organisationally. The head of power was changed and to be brought to council for consideration because of the overarching nature. Because if you read in the report around EMT and their feelings about that, hence, as Councillor James raised before, we're already doing a lot of this stuff operationally. So my motive was for it to be a clear, facilitative policy for operational staff so that there was no grey area about where the linkage is back to the overarching policies, as Michelle suggested. I've just seen too many instances where, not just in this not this organisation, but in other parts of the world, where there have been gaps between policies speaking to each other, and not so good things have happened. So anyway, look, I'm very open to Councillor Nancy's suggestion. Let's get some advice, see where we go, and that'll be for council to ratify at next week's council meeting, if you'd like. Councillor Jeff?
Councillor Rebecca had her hand up.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Councillor Villa, just reflecting on that between now and next week, if there was some information, perhaps an answer today might be more around, we've based this on a standard that we've now been asked to adhere to. Has this wording come from a standard that's been given to us, or is this wording that we've generated ourselves?
I'll be happy to ask Mitch Hiscock to come up if he doesn't mind. He has been involved in the development of this.
I guess I'm taking on what you've said, Chair, in regard to this, but also we may not be Robinson Crusoe here, so this might be more overarching than what we necessarily need to.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge Mitch, who's been on part of the working group for this. Mitch's advice is that the wording is not specifically in a standard, but it comes from existing strategies and policies of council and also reflects the intent of the superior legislation, in this case, the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. So the wording's been developed in collaboration with the organisation, but it's not taken specifically word from any particular legislation or policy. It combines the intent and principles of council strategies and the legislation into this high order principle.
So thanks, Michelle. Councillor Carl, I'm wondering. For me, it sounds like the word protect is a critical difference from what's currently on there to what you've suggested, and I wondered whether that we could just add to understand, protect, and incorporate. On the second half, in the second part of it, so we get two protects. So protect. So it probably covers what you're saying, just in a broader view rather than a more specific view.
Sorry, I was just taking some further advice from Mitch. The words that are on the screen there highlighted to protect and conserve Aboriginal cultural heritage are specifically from the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act. I guess the question remains whether it is necessary to include that, given it is a recognised relevant law in the policy, and that council does have procedures. There's nothing to offend. It's not an offensive of the legislation or council strategies. So really that's council's decision as to whether you wish to include a change to the wording or not.
Okay, well, that may answer your question then, Councillor Carl, if it's taken from the Act to include that wording there. We're not in conflict, so you may not need to get any other legal advice if it's not in conflict with any other legislative requirement. So
And
that may well be your answer that you can...
And from talking with the GM and taking some advice on that, around that wording, that's why I put that up, because it relates specifically to that Act as part of the table of relevant laws. And I take it as one who reads a policy, like any of us, when we pick a policy up. I don't know about you guys, but one of the first places I go to get an understanding is start to read the principles. What is this about? So from an ease of operation, or an ease of, wading through a plethora of documents when you're trying to do your work, put yourself in the place of a manager out there. Here it is, So there's no mistake about. None of us are walking encyclopedias. But, Nick, did you want to add anything there?
Councillors, I'm only from the perspective that my mind had turned to the Act as well. And my initial response to the proposed amendment was that it doesn't require any more of us than what the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act already does. And so I've quickly brought up the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act and its main purpose, reading directly from the Act. The main purpose of this Act is to provide effective recognition, protection and conservation of Aboriginal cultural heritage, is the main purpose of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act 2003. So I think that addition is consistent with the Act. Of course, the policy won't override the Act. The Act will take precedence over any policy that we have. It's already required to do those things anyway through the Act. The Act goes on to talk about principles underlying the Act's main purpose and how they're to be achieved, and I think they're things that we're already doing, things that we can do better, and this statement simply supports that.
Thanks, Nick. Were you finished, Councillor Chair?
Yeah, no, that's answered my question, Chair. That's fine.
Councillor Rebecca?
Just, Chair, if there's no further questions, I'm happy to move the motion with the amendments.
Do you want to second that, Councillor Tim? Okay, well, we've got a mover and a seconder. We can still, based on acting CEO's interpretation there, if you're comfortable, we can still come back and discuss it. Someone can pull the item out, or do you want, Councillor Nancy, do you still want some advice around that, or?
Look, I honestly feel it's superfluous based on what's been said, that it's already covered under the Act, which outdoes this policy. I'd rather just leave it exactly how it is, because the Act, plus all the other things that Council has in place, ensures that that happens anyway, and I think it just keeps it simple. Leave it how it was. I don't support the change, because we already have these other things in place, and I just don't think it's necessary.
Well, it sounds like we might need to go into debate. I've got a mover and a seconder there. So you speak towards that. Then no more questions before we go into debate? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. To my mind, the changes in 3.7 aren't in conflict with the legislation, and they may be, in some people's perspective, superfluous, but that doesn't mean that they're not worthwhile, because we've also had another member of our council find that it is important. It's not in conflict with the Act. So logically, the arguments against including them really don't hold water in my book. And we know that it is in keeping with the Act. It strengthens what we're doing. We're already doing this. We've seen this in the Redwood Park decision recently. I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest. And I thank Councillor Carl for what you've brought forward, and let's get on with it.
Okay. Speaker against?
Just got a question there about that wording up there. I'll ignore the superfluous bit, but to protect and conserve Aboriginal cultural heritage and incorporate Aboriginal. Is there a comma after Aboriginal there, or is that just what I think I can see? No? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm happy to just vote, except
Okay.
I'd like to see that voted separately rather than the whole.
Don't
You've got
see-
two amendments there.
I'll take advice on that. I
Keep it simple, just let it be, just leave it.
Right. Given it's part of a policies principles in a document, a draft document there. Speaker for, if there's...
Look, I don't know if that was a speaker against, but as the seconder, I'm happy to speak for. I suppose my job is to see, can I get these changes over the line to a point where I'm happy with? I think this environment policy, I applaud it. I raised my concerns, we talked them through. I'm happy. Your addition, I raised my concerns, we found out it's straight from the Act. We're doing it anyway, I'm happy with that inclusion. And I think overall, let's not get bogged down in the details and forget that overall, we have a pretty good environment policy here that does the right things, allows strategic ways we can protect the environment, as well as development if necessary. Thanks.
So, no more speakers. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Whilst I support the sentiments in this, I do think it's superfluous. In other areas, we don't mention every policy. The Act actually takes precedence, and we refer to the Act when anything is happening in this space. So I actually don't know why. We haven't got comments from the Green Strategy and other things that are in there. I think it's an overarching document. It's not, and we're doing it, and I know in our portfolio we're doing it, and I think that the times have changed and the things that you mentioned that happened in the past should no longer be happening, certainly not in our organisation. And I think that it just depends whether you want to have too many words, too many references where you've referenced one act and not other acts. So acts, by their very nature, take precedence over strategies. So at the end of the day, is it necessary to get down to the finer detail, or isn't it? So that's my only concern there. I support the sentiment 100%, but we don't need, in my view, to spell everything out in every single policy and strategy.
Thanks, Speaker 4. Thanks, Councillor Mel.
Thank you, Chair. I applaud what we as council do in this space, and I think having the words in 3.7 only strengthens the policy. And as has been previously stated, it doesn't contravene the Act, and I just think it strengthens council's position and strengthens this policy. So for those reasons, I will be supporting those words added. Thank you.
Any more speakers against? If not, I'll quickly sum up with a very short comment. The reason why I raised it, I go back to the beginning. Traditional land care is distinctly different from Aboriginal cultural heritage and the preservation of that. Distinctly different. That's why I thought it was pertinent for it to be mentioned in that principle. Anyway, can we go to the motion, please, Kirsten, so everyone can see that? Is that we're voting on that? We're voting on that separately. We adopt that, righto. So I won't read that. Apologies, public. It's rather long. We've spent enough time on this subject. Those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Don't want votes recorded. Oh, that's right. That's right. Sorry. My apologies. Okay. It's committee. No, it doesn't matter. No, yeah, it's carried. Yeah, no, that's fine. Rightio, councillors, let's move on to item 4, endorsement of the local government infrastructure plan or infrastructure. I'll start again. Endorsement of the local government infrastructure plan interim amendment number 1 in brackets 2022 for public consultation. The Manager for Strategic Planning and Economic Development, Michelle, please, you again.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry, Michelle. I just want to raise a comment that Councillor Taylor just said to me in this council space where we're supposed to be respectful. She just said, look out.
Mr Chair, I said, look out. I voted. This is committee. I think it's a lack of understanding of process.
Councillors,
I had I'm right-handed, okay? I had my hand up.
Councillors, Carol, I saw your vote and I said carried, and I made the mistake of saying, would you like your vote recorded? My apology. That's for next week if anyone would like their vote recorded. This is committee. I would urge the two of you to probably take the discussion offline, try and sort it out first, and then I'll take some advice if you want to take matters any further.
Mr Chair, I don't appreciate being called out in a public meeting. when I'm observing the right procedure.
That's right.
And it's
I've-
a lack of knowledge of process, and that was
Councillor
where my
Taylor,
comment
let's leave
came
it.
from.
Let's leave it at that.
I have no more to
Councillor
say.
Taylor, let's leave it at that, please. I've acknowledged my mistake, so let's move on. Hey, Councillor. Oh, I keep on calling. Are you up for a demotion, Michelle? My apologies, Michelle. Councillors, let's move on to item 4.
Item 4 before you today. You have received a briefing on this one a few weeks ago. The purpose of this report is proposed to make an interim local government infrastructure plan amendment, which is known as the LGIP. And in accordance with the procedures under the Minister's Guidelines and Rules, should Council propose to make this amendment, we would commence community and stakeholder consultation. The purpose of the amendment is one of an operational nature. So the key changes through the amendments that are proposed to be made is to update really what is the network planning for our region to make sure that it is current while we undertake the full amendment in line with the planning scheme, which we call the TRIP amendment. The interim amendment includes updates for the plans for trunk infrastructure, so that's the mapping component to show what infrastructure is required for growth to meet this interim period. It takes a 10-year view, but we will be updating the LGIPs proper during that 10-year period in line with the planning scheme and Council's growth plan. It also includes the review and revision of the schedule of works, which includes the detail about what types of infrastructure is required and what location and the anticipated timing and cost of that infrastructure. There are a number of consequential amendments as well, so that is to update the extrinsic materials. That is done on a network-by-network basis, and you'll see those as attachments to this report. And that is really to reflect the changes that are as a result of the updating of the plans for trunk infrastructure and the schedule of work table. It updates some of the cost, timing and land valuations that are incorporated in the schedule of works model, and some administrative amendments to reflect the changes in the LGIP template, and that LGIP template is something that comes from the state legislation. The interim amendment comes past Council's completed 5-year review and the decision to undertake a full TRIP amendment. And it really is to ensure that we have current and contemporary infrastructure and planning in place for development in the coming years while we undertake that full review. Consultation has been undertaken internally, and I should note the work that has been undertaken by the network planners in actually preparing the information that informs this amendment, and also the advice and working that we've had with Financial Services Branch in relation to these matters as well. So I'll leave it there, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Jeff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Michelle. Thank you very much for this. Can you just confirming a couple of things for me? The current LGIP finishes in 2026 or is due for review. Our planning scheme, because of the reasons we've gone out for the new Toowoomba Region Growth Plan, has somewhat delayed the new planning scheme, which means they'll almost, well, they won't align. They'll be out of touch. So that's the reasons for the interim LGIP?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So the timing, revised timing that Council has endorsed for the planning scheme is to have it prepared and completed in 2025. And the opportunity there to undertake the TRIP amendment at the same time ensures that our overarching planning policy and strategy for development and I guess where development will be located is more closely aligned with the infrastructure planning, so it gives us that opportunity. And we take our cues for that from the growth plan and as well as the zoning pattern for the planning scheme, and it gives us the opportunity to also update those planning assumptions, and that includes updated relationship to the ABS census data. So those assumptions don't change in the interim amendment. It's really just of an operational nature to ensure that there is confidence around our ability to cater for the expected growth in that shorter period of time, And that also enables developers to understand where council's intent to service is and ensure that that is contemporary and current.
Yeah, thank you. And so today's decision is really for councillors to agree for this to go out to public consultation. And there's normally around a 15-day period for consultation for these things, with the minimum being the website and newspapers, and that's about it. But I note in here that there's conversation around extending that even further to the interested parties that are listed here, perhaps, and that industry. Is there opportunity through the website, obviously for others in the community, to make comment on this? And the reason I say that, obviously, is because the census is top of mind, and there'll be an assumption that, you know, our figures might not quite align with what those figures are, but reassuring the community that this is an interim, and I applaud it, because if we wait till the planning scheme is done, we've seen what's happened in the passage of time over the last 3 years, whilst this has been in. We can only imagine what it'll be like in 3 years' time. So I do applaud that. The area that will be of confusion will be, you know, census comes through, they expect a population of this, they expect employment of this. Ours may not completely align with that. So is there opportunity for council officers to perhaps put some level of information out to reassure the community that we do take the census data into consideration for the future planning as well?
Yes, we can certainly put out some information as part of the consultation package around that. I think it's important to note that the timing of the census has come after this, when the bulk of this work has been prepared. And the state government is going through the process of actually reviewing every LGA in Queensland and identifying where those changes may have occurred, and then predicting forward population growth for the future. So I think there are two aspects that I'd like to highlight. One is for this amendment, because it is of a limited scope and nature under the Planning Act and the Ministers and Guidelines and Rules, we can't actually change the planning assumptions. But the other aspect of that is that those planning assumptions that we wish to review are informed by the ABS data and the Queensland Government statisticians' view of that data, and also the growth plan. And in planning for the future, we have highlighted before that the growth plan takes a slightly higher growth assumption in line with the existing Queensland Government statisticians' figures, which will be revised, but that is of a medium-high growth rate rather than a medium growth rate. So we do, when we go to do the trip, we will be fully reviewing those aspects, and we will undertake the additional planning that may be required for the future 10 years as part of that. This is really an interim amendment just to give us that breathing space and clarity of infrastructure provision and confidence of that infrastructure provision for development industry as well. If I could also add, in terms of the consultation, yes, Councillor Jeff, you are correct. Normally the Act for this type of amendment only requires a website, notification and newspaper. However, we've really targeted and identified development industry developers and development industry professionals, because they are people who interact with this part of the planning scheme on a more regular basis, and it helps inform their planning for their clients and for the developers.
Thank you, Michelle. I guess just, and I appreciate that, we're going above what we're obliged or legislated to do. If I could just turn attention to page 54 of 352 in board books. It's page, what page it is in the rest of it, but it's page 2. There you go, nice and early. And the reason I mention around the census and some confusion that might fall out of it, it talks about existing projected population, and this might be something that could be spoken about or given an answer to why there's consistency in numbers. But we talk about detached dwellings as, and this is existing projected population, and the numbers in Toowoomba Central, for instance, are the same numbers in 21, 22, 2022, 2026 and 2031. They're the same numbers, and the ultimate development is also the same number. Can you just explain what that actually means for people looking at that? Because it's consistent in a couple of others where they're the same numbers or very little growth. how those numbers would be static, keeping in mind where we're talking, Toowoomba Central. But can you just give some context as to those assumptions that they would be the same?
I might actually invite Lau in a moment, but based on the growth of Toowoomba Central, really the intention for that location was to support higher density development, and detached residential product was not generally envisaged in accordance with Council's planning scheme policy setting. And so there was more of an emphasis on growing higher density development rather than standalone houses. Over time, we've noticed that there have been some 1 into 2 type subdivisions, but we've also equally seen some development approvals of unit development in that area. But it's probably an area where there's a slower rate of change than other parts of our community. So it's not anticipating that things will stagnate, but over time the emphasis has been on higher density development.
Thank you, and certainly the attached dwellings indicate exactly that trend and how it could be over the next 10 years from 3,500 to 4,700 in the CBD. So that would answers that question. But I note assumptions around water usage and what have you are on that higher end as well, keeping in line with what you've said about population projections and what have you. So I'm happy to move it when time comes, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff. Interesting to note in those tables, we'll definitely can see clearly where some of the pressure points will come within the region in handling growth on some of those fronts. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Jeff, for those comments as well. They were helpful for us to understand looking forward. And I guess, you know, the reason why we're doing this is this population growth, and underpinning all of that is the need for a new water source. So I can't help but mention Emu Creek Dam. This council needs to take a strong step forward on a new water source, whether it's Emu Creek Dam or it's something else. We need to be progressive and do something sooner rather than later, but that's not my question. Just took that opportunity. So do you see, Michelle, in this, when it goes out to the consultation, and I see the list there is quite a good solid list of people that, in my view, provide some significant input in a very helpful way. I couldn't help but think about the likes of Wairima or Westbrook, and there'll be others like Marangandan, somewhere like that, where you've got these growing communities and they've got no little CBD. And so to me, I reckon one of the wins that we could get would be if we could get CBDs in these areas. They desperately need it. And I know the likes of Westbrook has got a very tiny shopping centre there, but that community is really growing. And Wairima, I think all it's got is a store. Is that it, Carol? Yeah. So, yeah, so to me, I would love to see outcomes from this to include the opportunity to develop these little CBDs that really stimulate those communities and make them, I'm going to get on a roll now, and make them communities that come together. At the moment, they've got no reason to come together except to call in a store and get a bottle of milk. And they do most of their grocery shopping in town, probably, if they work in town. So to be able to build communities within these little satellite areas so that they actually have a place of belonging. And Kingsthorpe is an example of that. I remember we did some work out there with the Kingsthorpe community around the sports park. And a lot of the people that attended that meeting that we had said, we are a satellite area. People all work in Toowoomba. They come home. All they want to do is sit down with their kids and have a meal and whatever, and then go back to work the next day. So there was no sense of community, and they were trying to work out what they could do. And I do believe that little mini CBDs in these areas does provide a bit of a sense of community for them to come. You know, like they come often enough, they get to recognise people, they start talking, they end up, you know, playing sport together and all sorts of things. And I just think that sense of community is so important, and it's something that council can help to drive. And I just wonder, as a result of this, can this help to get us those little communities. I know I've prattled on a bit there, but I think it's very important.
Councillor Nancy, the issues that you raise are very important to our community, and I understand your context. The planning scheme, this is one component or one section of the planning scheme, and it specifically deals with trunk infrastructure. And the legislation relates to those 5 elements that are included in trunk infrastructure. The issue around the hearts of these communities, the CBDs, mini CBDs, the current planning scheme recognises these smaller communities as a township zone generally, and therefore had a more flexible approach to try and ensure that there was local economic development opportunities, and it could be responding in a more flexible way. Certainly the feedback that we have heard through the Shaping Our Future consultation is that there needs to be better refinement of that planning policy overall, and to look and identify locations within these towns for those small business centres to emerge, and to ensure that there's appropriate community facilities commensurate with the size of that community, and also acknowledging other strategies of council, such as the open space strategy, about the future intention for district centres or sporting fields and those sorts of things. So I think the information that you're seeking really bears out in the planning policy side, and that is something that we are consciously working on developing in the current planning scheme that we're preparing. And the infrastructure then responds to that. But the infrastructure, the local government infrastructure plan itself sits in the planning scheme as a component of the planning scheme, but it's itself not the policy direction of the planning scheme. It's kind of like the implementing arm. So I don't see anything that precludes the establishment of those small centres in the current planning system, current planning scheme, but certainly we have the opportunity to review that and ensure that we're planning more appropriately for those centres in those smaller towns at an appropriate scale. So that's where I see that work being developed as part of the new planning scheme, and then as part of the review of the trip, we will certainly take that into account.
Thanks, Michelle, and you've explained that really well, thank you. But maybe what I'm trying to say is that you need the infrastructure there, so therefore you've got to identify where to get the infrastructure there, if that makes sense. Horse before the cart, whatever. Stuart doesn't agree. But I just wonder...
I agree 100%.
Oh, there you go.
I was going to say that you and Councillor Carroll are absolutely on team there in what you're saying, that these small townships probably are at a stage now where they really do need to have a heart identified, and I think that'll come through in the policy that with the new planning scheme. So, yeah, no, I agree with you 100%.
So long as we get that infrastructure, though, to get that outcome occurring. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and even though it's not on script, I'll continue with that because I've been talking about it since 2008. Wairima and Cambodia are old townships. They had town centres. They had them. There was a hotel in Wairima. There is a township in Cambodia which is not mentioned as a commercial area. There is no designated commercial area in Cambodia, and in fact you can go and build something wherever you like, which is detrimental to that township and to that community. And it's got to do with my failure, I guess, of trying to get my point across. But the fact is, Wairima is one of the older towns, as is Cambodia, and Westbrook has now overtaken it, and I've argued for a local area plan and whatever since 2008. But it is developing, regardless of whether we've got something there or whether we haven't. And the last thing I believe we should be looking at is allowing satellite places to develop without any amenity and without any local centre. And hopefully we will now address that in the new planning scheme. But at the end of the day, it has all been said around this table before, and we have done nothing about it because, well, I don't know why. But I think that I'm looking at the projected ultimate development here in Cambodia Wairima, and I actually think it'll be much higher than that. So at the end of the day, if you're looking at that with what we have, and without a local area plan, there's nothing to guide what the optimum development is, as we've seen with Cambodia. and to a lesser extent Wairema with duplexes and the like. So I understand that this is not the right place to mention it, but I'll have to say it's nothing new that it's been mentioned in this room since 2008. And I think I'm hopeful, I can have confidence that perhaps it will be mentioned. We're one community, we're one TRC, and it's not the time, it's the time to make sure that every area is considered in its own right. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks. If I could just get a couple of questions in before morning tea, if I could. Could I Michelle, could I take you to page 54 and the Toowoomba West figures there, population 18,000 odd, going to increase to the ultimate development 55,000, roughly by 3, it will go by about 3. But if you go to page 58, where the employees, it goes from, for Toowoomba West, it goes from 6,800 odd to 44,000. It's roughly 7 times, 3 times the population, but 7 times the employees. Why would that be, do you think?
So the Toowoomba West statistical area is quite large. So it includes the residential areas of Glenvale, Cotswold Hills, Westbrook, but it also includes our key enterprise area, so the Toowoomba Enterprise Hub around and the industrial area. And that's really where that projected employment growth is really coming into play, and it recognises the regional value of that enterprise hub.
Okay. So people won't be living there, but they'll be coming there to work.
Quite possibly. I mean, that we would hope that growth in that area in the future provides the opportunity to live and to be closer to your work if that's your option, if that's what you would like to do. So it's a combination of some increased residential growth, but primarily that area does have a combination of people who will drive or commute to that enterprise area for work.
Thank you. Could I have a follow-on there, Chair, if I might? Likewise, if you go to page 59 and look at the Highfields employees, there's an increase from 3,000 odd to 6,700. I'm just wondering if that's conservative, bearing in mind, what's planned for Highfields with that business centre and future residential expansion, as we're aware of. Do you think that is modest or expected?
Sorry, I'm just...
It's basically double as opposed to 7 times for West Toowoomba, for example. Unless I've
I'm
read
just
it
looking
wrong.
for that table. So which page was that?
Page 59 on my written note, 59. Page 7 on the report.
Thank you, Kirsten. Oh, sorry. Your question was in relation to the employment figures again, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that that's really recognising the intent that the Central Highfields area is actually going to be a major centre. And certainly some of the work that council has undertaken in terms of the master planning and structure planning has the opportunity to substantially increase that employment. But also as part of the population grows in Highfields, there is always a commensurate amount of employment associated with that, consumer type services, so your retail and aspects. But there is certainly the opportunity to expand the offering of employment in that Central Highfields area through that mixed commercial activities and other allied health and all of those sorts of things. So I think it's an area that we will review as part of, the growth plan that we've put out for consultation. But in terms of the existing policy intent of the planning scheme, it has the intention of a major centre with a mixed use of activities, and that's reflective there of the employment growth.
Fair enough.
If I might, I think when we're looking at these sorts of projections, it's more an art form than a science. It's about having numbers with which you can plan, and they're indicative of the direction of growth. Yeah. Now, we could undershoot it, we could overshoot it, but the idea is that we would update these projections on a very regular basis, particularly in an area that's rapidly growing and being planned continuously. So, yep, it's a figure we need to use as a planning figure. It's not aimed at being precise, I think, in those
appreciate-
planning
appreciate-
exercises. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Carroll? and
Thank
then
you, Mr
Councillor
Chair.
Tim.
Through you, on that same table, can you help me to understand, I'm looking over here, are these employees that are employed in that particular area? Because, I mean, I'm just looking at, you know, Rangeville, we've got 930 now, and we're only aiming at 956. And we're looking at Middle Ridge, where there's still some land to be developed at Middle Ridge, but I suppose I can I can understand if they're in that area. I think if the place of employment is in that area, but I still don't think in Middle Ridge it works, because we've got Blue Care and those kinds of places. There's a few things there, and we've got 825. 917 from 890 to 917. So that's only 27 increase in 10 years. Not sure that I agree with that. As I have to admit, I live there now, but there are places of employment, quite large ones, in Middle Ridge.
Yeah. Councillor Taylor, the place of employment relates to that particular area. So in terms of the comment about Blue Care and other, like Bupa and places like that, they're actually counted as residential. So they're not, the employment aspect is not specifically pulled out in that regard. The employment aspects are generally retail or industrial in the locations. So in terms of Middle Ridge, we would have the major Ridge Shopping Centre and associated Kmart Plaza, that sort of thing, and schools.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just trying to understand, because we do have High Street, you know, those sorts of places, but I do know that there are quite a lot of people in there that do work in those places, like in the Blue Care and others along there. So I'm just trying to, and Endeavour, I suppose, you've got Endeavour. So I'm just trying to understand, it seems extremely low.
To the Chair, Councillor, this work was actually done by external consultant back in 2014-15. So the point in time then, Toowoomba have grown a lot since then.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah.
with the new work they'll be doing shortly, hopefully we'll capture more current information in terms of...
And thank you, Lau, and thank you, Mr Chair. Now I do understand, 2014, there has been a tremendous change in all of our communities since then. So thank you, thanks.
And just adding on to the ABS census question. So in fact, the ABS census data first batch was released last week or earlier this week. So I'll be meeting with QGSO statistician tomorrow just to see what we can extract from ABS to help with the growth plan works anyway. So that's work in progress. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. And of course, you know, it comes back to the land use, permitted land use and activity centres and growth and reaching saturation point and new centres opening up in different areas, which numbers will verify, and hence the General Managers already said that we constantly update because of those settlement patterns. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. Michelle, a couple of questions. I'm looking through attachment 8, talking about plan for trunk infrastructure, parks and land. It's rather exciting that there's a dot to show a future park will go somewhere in that vicinity. I thought that was a comment, but then we go to, and I'm looking at 178 on board books, which is pretty much a map of Toowoomba, showing green is existing trunk infrastructure, pink with lines through it is future trunk parks, except all of those parks are already parks. So the fact that it's future trunk park like East and West Creek are there, Tees Park in Darling Heights are considered future trunk parks, but they're already parks. So does that mean we should expect more embellishments, more upgrades. Can you just explain that to me, how that works?
I'd invite Lau to come and answer that one.
Through the chair again. Yes, in fact, so this is a formal recognition of those parks being as a trunk servicing, a regional wide function. So they'll be recognized as that function and will be entitled to a higher quality embellishment over time. Yeah.
I take your point. I just think it's a bit interesting. I mean, they're already in the middle of Toowoomba. They're already servicing a broader region, but they're still called a future trunk park. So
yeah. I guess from a historical perspective, when council first established the original trunk parks planning back in 2010-11, this corridor, they weren't recognized as trunk parks. Some of them were what they call stormwater corridors, and council has improved the recognition of those corridors, also servicing as the trunk functions, and from there there's a sort of transition into better coverage over time, and by incorporating them as part of the LGIP DSS, it also helped council service a broader catchment moving forward.
okay, sure. Thanks, Lau. And last question. Some of our nicer to have long terms, like railway parklands, quarry gardens, those kind of things, I notice, are not future trunk parks. So they're not trunk infrastructure, they're additional capital works. Is that how that works?
My understanding is that it is. The quarry gardens, though,
Is not funded.
No, and it's not recognised in our current open space strategy. Whereas the railway parklands has a basis in the city centre master plan as the overarching strategy for that area. I think the issue in terms of this is also timing. So the railway parklands, I think, had a longer projected need in terms of park to service the community. However, the interesting thing about the railway parklands is that it is so much more than a park, and it's an economic opportunity. But certainly, Quarry Gardens has been something that has been separately been considered by council, and my understanding is it does not form part of the current open space strategy. Therefore, it's not reflected in the local government infrastructure plan.
Right, and so if people wanted to know, is my local park getting upgraded? Will LGIP funding forms priority in the budget, or gets a higher percentage than normal capital work? So these ones would expect to be upgraded first, the ones in pink, is that?
The open space strategy and the timing of that provided by Parks and Recreation branch is what's gone into the local government infrastructure plan. In terms of the embellishment status, obviously the local government infrastructure plan is one way of recognising that, but that also has to be balanced across the broader capital program, and that becomes reviewable on a regular basis through that capital programming. There may be aspects that we need to pull to make that capital programming the most efficient and effective at that particular point in time.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Any more questions, councillors? Councillor Carey?
If I might, just a quick one. On page 95, it refers to expenditure that's going to be applied to various parks. It lists quite a few of them there, but one has been in discussion here of recent times, and that's Frayling Park. In 2025, it's estimated $292,000 will be spent on upgrading that park. I notice that's a figure common to a lot of the other parks there, and just wondering what would be involved in that type of upgrade, if we're familiar with it. If not, we can find out later. Page 95. It's page 43 of the report.
Page 43. 243. I'm sorry, you said page 43. Does it have a map reference number that you can point me to in that column, Councillor Shine?
RL5.
Oops.
There.
So it has a local recreation park status, so that includes a mix of 3 or 4 activity options within one activity node, such as a playground, nature play, social sporting infrastructure. It also includes fencing, landscaping, vehicle and pedestrian movement, and it may include things like water bubblers, bench seats. So it's of a lower standard embellishment given its status as a local park.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. No further questions? I know this is a considerable body of work and the discussion and questions are very, very worthwhile. We are all invested in our community. That's why we're sitting here. And this sort of thing impacts lots of people. Planning always does, not always well received either. But hence why we're sitting here, to make those important decisions for future generations, our community. So if there's no further questions, we don't need to debate, do we? No? So could I have a mover for Councillor Carroll, seconder, Councillor James, that the recommendation is that Council propose to make an interim local government infrastructure plan amendment in the form of attachments 1 to 16 in this report in accordance with sections 20 and 21 of the Planning Act 2016 and Chapter 5, Part 2 of the Minister's Guidelines and Rules 2020. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks, councillors. We've got one more item around development assessment, regional development statistics report, and the GM will deliver that to us. Thanks.
Just to allay Councillor Kerry's fears that I won't hold you up long from morning tea, just very quickly in terms of the main stats coming out of this month's report, which is a comparison between April and May.
Just excuse me. Thanks, officers. Can you thank Michelle for me for this morning? Sorry, Stuart.
Yeah, she wasn't sure whether she'd last the distance actually with the...
Yeah, no, that's exactly why I'm asking
we'll
to pass
pass that
on my thanks for her attendance this morning.
So new lots, we had in May 172 new lots approved under RAL compared to 4 lots in April, and we had 113 lots sealed compared to 37 in April. Detached dwellings, they were down a little bit, reflecting, I think, that sort of downward trend from the heady heights that we had in the middle of, or towards the end of last year and the beginning of this year. We got 54 in May compared to 78 in June. We actually had some units approved in May, 7. Building approvals of all classes was down just a smidgen on April's numbers. We had 239 in May compared to 248 in April. And the values were up though. We had April about $40.2 million of building works approvals, and May building works approvals of about 54.8, nearly $55 million. I might leave it there. Any questions?
Councillor,
Thanks, Chair. Just a comment, I guess, through you to GM Stewart, in regard to the new lots approved, to go from 4 in April to 172 for May, from 4 to 172 is a reasonable outcome, I would have thought, and lots sealed from 37 in April to 113 lots sealed. So we'll be finding, and given where we are, and through the month of, we've seen June. Do you see that trend continuing on?
It seems to. If you look at the pipeline, and we've had fine weather for a while, which means that the op works, the construction work that's going on in terms of the next stages that developers are working on is proceeding without interruption. Except, of course, the perennial at the moment is supply line. Trying to get concrete pipes is very difficult for all the developers at the moment, not just in Toowoomba, but across the SEQ. I think a lot of pipes are being trucked from Cairns at the moment at great cost, at great transport cost. However, just to get that supply, it's worthwhile, or developers think it's worthwhile trucking the materials down. But there is still a problem in terms of that supply line for the developers, and it is affecting the rate of development at the moment, but it's still proceeding.
Well, it seems like it's ramped up in the last month.
It has.
So the trend is our friend in this case to get things moving, and through your department, I guess that's a shift as well from the numbers of applications that they're now seeing is increasing. So the body of work increases as well.
Yep.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Jeff. In fact, yesterday in the UDIA meeting, there was quite a bit of discussion about the hold-ups around piping and all sorts of materials, and look like even extending. So they're trying to stockpile and do all sorts of things. So we're right in the middle of that, aren't we, Councillor Carroll? Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Adds incredibly to the cost of construction. That's the issue.
no further questions, councillors? That's for noting. Do I have a mover and seconder? Move, Councillor Jeff. Second, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks, councillors, for your indulgence this morning. I'd like to, just before I adjourn the meeting, and it was remiss of me, I should have reminded us of our values this morning when we started, and it's great to be engaged with a group of people who are passionate about why they're here. Better off being engaged than a whole lot of passive people not willing to say or do anything. However, I'd really like us to think about and be respectful of each other as human beings, because we're in different spaces and places as individuals at different times. And I think if we can be mindful of that and respectful of one another as we discuss or debate, and be tempered with our comments. And the three fingers point back at me if I'm pointing at someone, which I'm not. I'm just wanting to remind us as a group why we're here. So thanks, councillors. Could I have someone move to adjourn? Councillor Nancy, a seconder. Councillor Tim, those in favour? It's carried. Over to you, councillors. Do you want to have a break? Break for how long, Councillor Rebecca? 10 minutes? Break for 10 minutes, and it's to water and waste. Thanks, guys.
July 2022. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank my council colleagues who are in the room today and acknowledge everyone who's watching via council's social media channels, and we've got actually a couple of people in the gallery today. I acknowledge Councillor Summerfield, the portfolio lead in the Water and Waste portfolio, Councillor McDonald, the acting mayor, and I echo Councillor Carl's acknowledgement of country earlier this morning, which I found particularly beautiful. So we open the meeting at 11:04 a.m. We've got an apology to note for Councillor Antonio, no motions required. And we've also got a leave of absence for noting for Councillor O'Hara Sullivan. There are no matters to be discussed today for the second month running. So I will therefore close the meeting at 11:04 a.m. and we move on to infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Onhoff. Welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for the Toowoomba Regional Council for July. This meeting is open to the public and will be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone who's watching through our social media channels. I'd like to recognise our portfolio leader, Councillor Melissa Taylor, and our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, Mr Rodney Betts, who will be presenting this report. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Addawa and the Bigambul peoples, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, and the elders of all nations, all First Peoples nations, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have a leave of absence for Councillor Megan O'Hara Sullivan, but we do need a motion for the absence for the Mayor, Councillor Paul Antonio. Moved Councillor Shine, seconded Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Now we've got here that it's only needed at the ordinary meeting. Oh, granting, thank you very much, Kirsten. Okay, we have one report today, and it's item 3, and it's formed, unformed and unopened road network, the response to wet weather and other concerns. And it's quite a lengthy and involved report. I'd like to apologise for the absence of our General Manager, Mike Brady, who's watching us today. Welcome, Mike. And I'd like to comment that if you have any questions going through, that perhaps as the need arises, it may be coming up, but if you mention it, we'd be happy to discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to present what is unfortunately a very topical report. I would like to take you through each section in the officer's report initially, just to work through that fairly steadily, and then with each of the recommendations to deal with each of them in turn to explain what our intent is behind there and to deal with any questions you may have in relation to various aspects of those recommendations. So with that, and as Councillor Taylor said, if you have any questions along the way, please feel free to ask. We may as well deal with them as we go. I may refer to further information coming in the report, that's all. So we do have a very large regional road network, and we believe it to be the second longest road network managed by a local government in Queensland. So during times of wet weather, we have, all times, we have 3,379 kilometres of sealed roads, 3,031 kilometres of gravel roads, 209 kilometres of formed roads maintained by council, and over 1,500 kilometres of unformed roads, which generally speaking are not maintained by council. There are a couple of exceptions that are noted in our road register. And there's a further almost 1,500 kilometres of unopened, unused roads which are not recorded in our road register, and somewhere in the order of 1,200 kilometres of state-managed road network as well. So it's a very extensive, fairly dense network that's grown over the years from our very strong agricultural base in many ways. So all of our former councils maintained their road registers, but they did so in different ways. So following amalgamation, these registers were, over some years, progressively captured into our corporate GIS system, and we've been steadily working through confirming the classifications of the roads, but also confirming which ones are maintained by council and which ones are not. From time to time, we are questioned on that basis. So for a particular road, we can and do undertake searches of historical council records, and where we can find evidence that a road or section of road has been maintained by council in the past, then our General Manager accepts that under delegated authority and the road register is updated accordingly. And through the Chair, I might also acknowledge our Executive Manager CNM, Eric Clark, as well, and Anne-Marie Ryan has come as well. Thank you, Amy.
Oh, thank you, Rod. Look, my apologies, Eric. I apologise I didn't see you there. I'd also like to recognise our General Manager Finance and Business, Anne-Marie Johnson, and Stuart was there and probably will be back. I can't see him now. Thank you. Thanks, Rod.
So our road register is maintained real time, but it is published quarterly. And we've recently developed an electronic mapping product, which we're looking to put out on our external website, and also draw people's attention to that, whether through general inquiries, property searches, planning certificates, and potentially a PD alert to private certifiers that that tool exists. So trying to make what traditionally has been a fairly difficult thing to access, there's over 14,000 lines in this road register, trying to make it easy for people to find and search themselves. Now, definitions are quite important, and while the local government regulations do have definitions for roads for categorisation for Grants Commission purposes, these definitions are more based around what is currently in our road network extension and upgrade policy. They're very consistent, really, but they're not the exact words that are in the Grants Commission definitions. So I think we would all recognise what a sealed road is, and that without exception, apart from private roads, council does maintain sealed roads. A gravel road is usually formed to provide lateral and longitudinal drainage and surfaced with either in situ or imported paving material, so as to be generally trafficable in most weather conditions. And gravel roads are, without exception, where they're recognised in our road register as a gravel road, they are maintained by council. Now, a formed road is really testing the quality of those in situ materials. It generally does not have imported gravel material. It's really only generally trafficable in dry weather, and these are the sorts of roads that when we have the season we've had start to have questions asked about them. And of those 209 kilometres listed in our road register as formed, they are actually all maintained by council. Now, an unformed road usually has not been formed to provide drainage, and hence it may or may not be trafficable under any particular weather conditions. And there are some exceptions that are noted in our road register, but the vast majority of these unformed roads are not maintained by council. And they're usually the ones that we get the questions about that we go and do the research on to confirm that. An unopened road is a road that it may be used by an adjoining landowner, but there's generally not tracks and evidence of general public use, and it doesn't fall into any of the above definitions. So our road network extension and upgrades policy does date back to January 2012, and it was to some degree prompted by the 2010-2011 wet season, including the January 2011 flood event. And it allows council and officers to deal with applications for road network extension or upgrade that are not related to a development application. Anything related to a development application is dealt with by development services through Stuart's area. And the primary principle in that is that approval of a road upgrade will be required to be fully funded by the applicant unless it's determined that such an upgrade would be of considerable benefit to the wider community, in which case it may be listed for consideration in council's future capital works budget. And I guess since the adoption of that policy, it was in those years not particularly well received, because it was basically saying to people, you need to fully fund the upgrade of a road. So it was a little bit challenging to deal with the customer requests and just giving them that hard no answer. So in 2018, we did a number of information sessions with the council of the time, and following those information sessions by report, council endorsed a multi-criteria approach to deal with upgrading gravel roads to bitumen seal, with 2 or 3 projects of this nature to be done each year. So around that 2017-2018 time, we hadn't had much rain since 2011. We were in the drier conditions, and dusty and corrugated roads were a lot of the reasons driving the requests that we're receiving from customers at the time. And rather than give a straight no, we were able to develop a scoring and a ranking system which we can explain to the customers how we do that, and hence they can see where their particular situation fits in the broader context of the regional perspective. So we have done a few projects of that nature, but obviously with the 3,000 kilometres of gravel road out there and 2 or 3 projects, 2 or 3 kilometres a year, it's really dealing with the very tip of that iceberg. But it does seem to be generally better received by customers. We have only upgraded 3 roads, apart from those associated with mining applications, through formal application, report and contribution to council, and those are the 3 examples there, and in all 3 cases, significant financial contributions were forthcoming from those applicants. Now, we do have a few approaches on the books at the moment, as noted, and some of those are proposing construction by private contractor rather than contribution to council, and we're working through those issues. But there are numbers of other roads where there's no offer of contribution, I guess, at this point in time. One of the very topical issues that we've gone over in a few information sessions has been that of the planning scheme requirements for new houses, and I should have headed that, new houses in rural areas. So our 2012 planning scheme does have that a new house in a rural area is code accessible, provided the applicant can demonstrate that all weather access is available to the property. In practice, all weather access is a little open to interpretation, and it's not always been effective in achieving the desired outcome. So certainly we're aware the council wants us to draft better provisions into the new planning scheme, and we're working with Stuart and Michelle and their teams in that respect. However, we are proposing to perhaps harden up that a little bit to say that in terms of a performance outcome, all weather access really should be seen as direct property access to a road defined in Council's road register as a maintained gravel or sealed road. Now, whether we can get that exact wording in, we'll work with Stuart, but we're starting with that end in mind, I guess. And I think we also need to recognise that over the last 6 to 9 months, we've seen an unusually wet season with 4 declared flood events and occurring over a period of numbers of months. Our road network in the region, or in all areas, is essentially natural or processed natural materials, and these materials behave quite differently between when they're wet and when they're dry. And I would just like to flag that from an asset management perspective, given that we monitor approximately 25% of the length of the sealed road network each year, it may take some years for the impacts and deterioration of this wet season to become apparent on our road network. But more notably, and I guess the reason for this report is that while issues with formed and unformed roads generally lie dormant during times of dry weather, once again, when we get to wet weather, the standard of those roads comes to question, and particularly the roads that council doesn't maintain become very problematic for officers and councillors to deal with. And as I've said, if we do maintain formed roads, but where they're formed out of natural in situ materials, particularly black soil, we can't actually get to that road to do any sensible maintenance until it's dried out enough for the material to hold after we've formed it. So there's that intervening period of inconvenience for those residents. And I think the real issue here today is the significant length of unformed roads that are listed in Council's road register as not maintained by Council. They're the ones where I think the residents who find or have placed themselves in that situation are to a degree in a rock and a hard place. As I've indicated in the consultation undertaken section, there has been numbers of information sessions in the council prior to this term and in this term around these sorts of issues. And certainly there's extensive and ongoing interaction with our stakeholders on these matters. Probably the key issue here is affordability, and affordability needs to be considered as when we get into the legal section in the context of all of council's responsibilities across the totality of everything the council does for the community. It's not a question of looking at a particular instance and saying, can we afford that? Because many of these instances are very similar and they're very difficult to differentiate. There's that sort of competing thing around. One thing may look affordable, but if you apply it to the broader scheme of things, is it really affordable with everything else that the council has to do? So the difficulty with affordability is that the standard that we require for a road to be reasonably sure of still being there in the wet season, it's not gold plating, it's a standard that is intended to withstand the sort of weather circumstances that we've seen, particularly in the formation and the drainage of that road. It's not cheap. Mike's been very generous in saying indicatively from $200 to $400 a kilometre, but I will note that I think I heard on the news last night that the construction cost index for building materials has risen by 10% in the last year, which is the greatest rise for a building cost index since they've started recording that number. And certainly our roadworks construction costs are showing all of those sorts of issues. So the issue here is that those sorts of costs are generally far more than what an individual can afford. They may be able to afford to build the house and in rural areas to pay Ergon some significant amounts of money to connect power, but once we get to any significant length of road, these costs are generally beyond an individual person's affordability. And certainly council's affordability across many other projects and priorities, I think, having just completed a budget process for this year, we're all deeply aware of all of our competing priorities. Okay, if I can move on to just, if I can talk about formed maintained roads in the first instance. And I sort of alluded to this before, that some years ago in the dry period, council was prepared to adopt some form of prioritisation criteria, and we did discuss that at quite some length at the time. We have 160 requests or 190 requests in the system. We've assessed about 130 at the moment. And we are trying to pick off one or two or three of the ones that are towards the top of that list each year in our capital works program. Whether we're able to do so each year depends on those budget deliberations. So I guess in times of dry, council has been prepared to say, well, in the community interest, let's prioritise one or two or three of these projects to address those sorts of issues. What we don't have is for the formed roads that council maintains. So looking at a category below gravel, we don't currently have, and we don't currently list projects to upgrade a formed road to a gravel standard. And this is for roads that we maintain. So I'm just posing the question, is that a nature of work which council might like to consider doing progressively over many years? And again, it's a situation of there's over 200 kilometres of those road. If we're only doing one or two a year, well, we are doing one or two potentially, but it will take many, many years to work through a program of that nature. And there's always that age-old question of, is that going to be additional capital funding, additional operational funding? Because every time we lift a road up in a category, it comes with a cost impact for the community. I've then got a section in here around unformed, unmaintained roads, and literally, without getting into specifics, and I know we have put a table in later on, this is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to tackle that length of road in that sort of state. And as an overall program, as officers, we believe this magnitude of cost is simply not affordable by either community, whether through contributions or rate increases, or otherwise by council under the funding mechanisms that are currently available to us as a local government. And really in relation to the unformed, unmaintained roads, we feel the policy that we currently have is quite appropriate. But we might generally the requests that we do progress to report to council are, generally speaking, serious requests. But in some cases, the order of contribution offered is very minor in comparison to the cost of the road. We have seen one of those examples recently, and we're suggesting that maybe we should put some sort of bar in that place to indicate to people, for council to consider looking at this unformed, unmaintained road, the applicant or applicants together need to try and come up with around half of the cost. So would council be prepared to help those who might be able and prepared to help themselves? And that's the 3 reports that we have seen matters progress through and some roads upgraded through that mechanism. Or alternatively, if the applicants are prepared to fully fund such work, then they can, as per a policy, apply for approval by engineering RPEQ design and then ultimately delivery by private contractor. So that option is there for those prepared to fully fund the cost of the works. So that's looking at upgrade things. If we're not upgrading roads, and certainly this report's not saying we upgrade roads holus bolus, then that means that we should consider on this lower end of our maintained road network and even our unmaintained road network, what responsibilities do we have to manage whatever risks may be drawn to our attention, or alleged risks that are drawn to our attention by customers at particular times. So the approach here, and this is related to the legal advice following, is really that we do have an onus to safeguard public safety, and depending on the nature of risk brought to our attention, it would certainly be prudent to have appropriate signage in place to notify the public of the risks that may be associated with a particular road. Now, I believe dry weather only signs are still only around in Western Australia. I've learnt that through writing this report. And there is currently no formal MUTCD approved warning sign for unformed roads, but there are processes we can go through to seek approval from the department for those. But again, any sign is better than no sign in certain circumstances. Through the chair, a question?
Thank you. Councillor Bill?
Thanks, Chair. Through you. Rod, is the sign that says drive to conditions, is that
No, I don't believe it is. The standard signs are things like the vehicle with the squiggly marks behind it, the slippery when wet type of sign.
Yep.
And there's a couple of supplementary plates that sort of have the symbolic thing and then slippery when wet, or boggy when wet. But again, nothing of a more out there warning type of nature. Your warning type things are more your reduced speeds, those sorts of things. They're not at this stage, an advice of a possible condition you might encounter in using a road.
Thanks.
Okay. So
Thanks,
the 3
Chair.
examples in the report here are very much our own inventions at this point, and we're still debating which of those or a combination of those might be an appropriate one. Certainly.
And sorry, Rod, if I could just, I don't know whether you were here, Councillor Carl. We had a presentation from King & Co.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember what
Yeah,
the
thank
detail
you.
was around it.
Thank you.
So if I might progress to that, and certainly, look, I think it was wonderful for King & Co to come and have that discussion with councillors and provide some general information in relation to our powers and responsibilities in relation to the management of roads. But really, for those of us who've been working in this area for many years, there's nothing new in this legal advice. It has been this way in Queensland for numbers of years now, and we have generally been operating with those responsibilities in mind for many years. So we do know that we have no legal obligation to provide constructed road access to a private property boundary, even if there is a dedicated but unconstructed road, a road reserve at the boundary. We have no legal obligation to provide someone with a road just because their property is there. We have no obligation to upgrade a road to a higher category, whether it's from gravel to bitumen or formed to gravel or unformed to gravel. But we do have a duty of care to road users in relation to the condition of roads that are under our control. And in theory, anything which isn't a state-managed road is a council-managed road. So our responsibility extends over the full gamut of that network that I explained earlier. That said, in Queensland we do have access to the Civil Liability Act 2003, Section 35, where the courts accept that it's council's responsibility to determine how it allocates its financial resource and other resources across all of the competing responsibilities across council's broad range of activities. So the court generally won't play around in what council is elected to do in setting budgets and determining how it wishes to allocate those resources. But that said, if we have actual knowledge of a particular risk, then we are under an obligation to do something in relation to that particular risk. And hence that's where, when you look at what options do we have to manage risks, the option of installing an appropriate sign or warning sign is possibly the minimum that we should be looking to do in these situations as they're brought to their attention. And numbers of these situations that are brought to our attention, particularly the dry weather roads, already have a level of signage there. So it's really just coming up with a consistent approach to do that across the region and then consistently dealing with responses on that basis. If I run through to financial resource implications, Mike did ask us to put in a table here, similar to what we did when we looked at Merritts Creek Road and upgrading gravel to bitumen. We listed 10 of the prioritised roads in that situation and tried to put a dollar figure on it. And we know from looking at a couple of those in more detail that using this sort of unit rate approach is a little bit fraught with danger, because each road is its own, has its own circumstances, has its own drainage requirements, particularly has its own subgrade condition requirements, and there's no point putting just a layer of gravel down on black soil when the first time it's wet, the black soil turns to mush and the gravel falls into the black soil. So the formation and the drainage of the roads is really what sets gravel roads aside. And formed roads, generally the formation again still stays there because it has that element of drainage. But when you get to the unformed road, there's very little in the way of controlled management of the drainage, and that's when you end up with the sort of examples that you see that residents bring to our attention, the photographs that appear and those sorts of issues. So even looking at these 12 examples here, and an indicative cost of $200, $400 per kilometre, we're looking at $5 to $10 million just to look at potentially 10 of these roads before we go and look at the drainage structures, before we go and look at whether there's any services in the road, before we look at, and obviously any of these roads we have to be very aware of Aboriginal cultural heritage and environmental factors. They're actually quite complex to come in and build a new road in a situation where there isn't a road at the moment. So it's an indicative cost only, and it's definitely on the lower bound of what actual costs could be. A couple of questions.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Rod, thank you for your report to date. I just, there's twice now, just with the costing, unfortunately you've said $200 to $400 a kilometre, but it's actually $200,000 to $400,000.
Thank you.
I just,
Thank you,
just for
Councillor
our
Melissa.
listeners,
Thank you.
it's a big difference between $200
Yes.
and
Yes.
$200,000.
Thank you, Councillor
I
Melissa.
tend to see the K after the 200 and go just 200K, 400K, 200,000 and 400,000. So collectively $5 to $10 million, and that's very much a lower bound estimate by the time you bring these other factors in and look at any particular location. That said, there are some costs involved in erecting signs, and the more signs we put up, again, the more difficult it is to accommodate within existing operational signs maintenance budgets. The maintenance budgets are supposed to be there for the signs we already have and replacing them steadily over time. But we have traditionally used them in the past to install new signs as they come along. But we are finding the numbers of signs that we're asked to install and that we should perhaps install is becoming increasingly difficult to fit within those operational budgets. So I guess in summary, I will go through to these recommendations, but one of the things here that this report suggests is Council has looked at the past in trying to improve some of the situations for dry weather conditions of dust and corrugated roads and upgrading well-used gravel roads to bitumen seal. And the question and an option we put forward here is, does Council wish to consider looking at the formed roads that it maintains and have some program, as limited as it may be, to upgrade, progressively upgrade over many years, some of those formed, maintained roads to a gravel standard. So we've already decided to do some roads in the broader community benefit in times of dry, but in times of wet, our attention turns to this bottom end of the network, and at the moment, we don't have a direction from council as to whether it wishes to consider that sort of work or not. And I'll draw the distinction there with maintained roads, only in relation to roads that council does already maintain. The basic recommendation in relation to the unformed, unmaintained roads is that we continue to operate with our current policy approach, and if anything, strengthen that by saying that we would like to seek 50% contribution from an applicant or applicants when putting a report forward to council on those matters. So if I can now turn to the actual recommendations, and at the risk of going on, but go through them one by one. The first recommendation is simply saying that council continue to maintain its policy 2.21 requirement that unless it's determined that it's an upgrade of considerable benefit to a wider community, in which case it may be listed, that basic principle is still very much relevant as officers, we believe, today. Recommendation 2 is about that option I spoke about, that question. It is limited to those roads that are listed in our road register as maintained by council, and it's simply saying, well, you have agreed that we do a few of the dry weather type, dry condition type of road upgrades from gravel to bitumen. Does council wish to also consider, potentially with additional funding, upgrading some, if we can come up with a prioritisation process, some of these initially formed maintained roads from just a formed road standard, a dry weather standard only, to a gravel standard. Recommendation 3 is that we continue with our policy and that we will consider bringing forward the construction of unformed, unformed or unopened roads where applicants are prepared to come halfway and meet us halfway on that. And that's as per our existing policy, which also does allow for construction by private contractor where applicants are prepared to fully fund the work. So that's in relation to that very bottom end of the network. However, in the meantime, and irrespective perhaps of those above 2 recommendations, or 3, it's really about saying to council, we as officers believe we should be installing appropriate signs to warn the public of issues that are brought to our attention on these unformed and unopened roads, irrespective of whether we maintain them or not. But again, considering all of our funding and competing funding priorities, the best we believe we can do there is to just use signs in those situations. So recommendation 5 simply attempts to deal with, in the short term, signage on those specific roads that are listed there, being some topical ones currently under conversation. And it's seeking a direction from council that unless contributions or other things are brought forward in relation to the previous recommendations, that we take no further action other than installing those warning signs. And recommendation 6 is certainly the one to try and quarantine this and safeguard it against future situations of this nature, and it is to work with Stuart and his team to achieve a good, solid, defendable performance outcome in the review of the planning scheme. And certainly I know our General Manager is very keen that any new houses located within our region, and we're not limiting this to rural, it's just any new house in our region must have direct property access to a road defined in our road register as a maintained gravel or sealed road to ensure that it has all-weather access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rod. Councillor Carl and Councillor Tim.
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair. Rod, I think this point 6 is a very, very good part of the recommendation. It bolsters up the pressure that across the region that will come around fragmentation of land and uses that evolve around those such sites that have broken up and developed for whatever reasons. We need to be mindful that we're treating people equitably in the future. and for us not to have this in would be remiss of us as a council, because we would be elevating the level of risk to the budget in general.
Chair,
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, Councillor McMahon.
what? Oh,
No, you're right. I just
Good
didn't
on
have, the acting CEO, Nick's just reminded me my microphone wasn't on. My apologies.
oh, okay. No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Rod. I just have a few questions, actually. The first one, just to help me clarify the difference between the first part of the recommendation and the third part. First part talks about 100% contribution. The second part, in part 3, talks about 50% contribution. Can you just, every way I read it, there's ambiguity there. Can you just explain to me the difference between the 100 and the 50%?
Okay, Councillor, the first two recommendations are in relation to where council might fully fund the road upgrade. Recommendation 3 is really about where a road may not be within council's sites within the next, say, 3 to 5 years, and an applicant or applicants wish to bring forward, they wish to elevate in the priority list. So the distinction there is recommendation 3 is for roads that would not be prioritised under those other two criteria. So it's a way of trying to provide an option for people who might be prepared to work with us to address the circumstances they find themselves in.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I suppose, I mean, I know, you know, we've got a large road network. I know we've got a very limited budget. I know road making is expensive, but here we are where we have a whole bunch of people saying, I need my road done. And this says, yeah, sure, if you give us 50%, we'll come to the party. We heard from Councillor Melissa that it costs $200,000 to $400,000 per kilometre. And best case scenario, that's 100 grand a K at 50%, that the average person's got to fork out to get their road done. Best case. And that's a kilometre, and I appreciate, you know, they're not all a kilometre wide. So if you haven't got anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 in amongst you and the group of residents, all you can do is wait for the multi-criteria assessment to come to you, keeping in mind that 4 people live on it, you're not in Toowoomba City, and you're never going to get there.
And if I may, at this point, we don't actually have a program to put even a priority list together for those roads.
So Rod, I suppose my issue is, if that's you and you can't afford $100,000, you're never going to get your road upgraded. There's simply no option, and the hopelessness that I would feel as a resident who lives on one of those roads, keeping in mind, yes, you bought your house on that block of land, we know all those arguments. There's no way forward, really? I just wonder if you could talk through that with me. Is there an option here?
I promised myself I wasn't going to use these words, but I think there's a certain inconvenient truth here that neither the council nor the community can really afford to do everything that we would like to do in these circumstances. And are we simply looking at one of these intractable problems and doing our best to just manage from a safety sense a warning in the first instance, so that people might not, people who don't need to go down there might not endeavour to go down there? It's a really, really difficult one. We find all sorts of people, you know, looking, you know, most of these are out in rural, peri-urban sort of areas. There's not many of these requests within a particular township. We're finding that they're people who, not without exception, but generally speaking, have moved into the area within the last couple of years with intentions to build a house, and simply finding themselves in a situation of not understanding that council does not maintain their road. Whether that's reflected in the value of the property they bought or whatever. But we're also seeing as much as Stuart's concerned about the fragmentation of land, and I would echo that, the requests we're receiving are genuine, without exception, in relation to existing titles that have historically been created in a particular situation. And that goes back, 60, 80, 100 years, if not longer, in a lot of these cases. There are land holdings that may have been owned within a family in years gone past, but the family has passed on, and each title, at times 7 or 8 titles within a previous single holding, are being sold off into multiple ownerships. It's not one that we have a total answer for by any means. And as I said, I'm simply exploring. At the moment, we have no direction from council to look at some projects to upgrade. And I'm looking at our formed maintained road network first. That's where council has put its hand on its heart and said, we will maintain this road. But the roads of a standard, it becomes difficult to traffic in wet weather. So is that the first area we should focus on? And I'm just asking the question with that recommendation too. If there's 200 kilometres of those out there, I haven't taxed my people yet to come up with a multi-criteria prioritisation approach to that, and that would be, if council did wish to do that, we would certainly have information sessions in that regard. But we don't currently have a program of that nature, and we don't have a way of answering those things. Whereas with the gravel to bitumen, we do at least have a way of explaining to people how we prioritise the limited funding we have.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Tim?
Yeah, I'll just say, look, I'm very aware of the complexities of your job, Rod, and I know you do a heck of a job, and I know how stretched our capital works budget is, and we don't have $600 million to go and make every road upgraded in the region. I totally understand that, but I suppose I'm coming from, there's got to be some sort of a way to progress it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Councillor Joe?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rod, for the presentation. Just reflecting on the roads that we've travelled, and many councillors have over the last little while, whether it be through the Glencoe area or down to our south or even to our southwest, and I can't help but think about the standards of roads that we're building in some of these places, and whether that shouldn't be part of a broader discussion. Understanding that there are engineering standards, there's all sorts of things, but some of the roads that we've traversed, Councillor Shine, you might be able to add or subtract if I've got this wrong. Some of the roadways, the residents aren't actually asking for, sealed roads. They're after gravel roads in sections, and I just wonder where there's another order whereby the message of we can't afford it, I think, should be turned around to say, how can we afford it? Because I do think the levels of service that we're offering, albeit at a level of engineering standards that once we then take them on as maintained, have to be to level, and I get that. But I just wonder whether we shouldn't be pausing on this for the moment. We went 2012, we had a policy, which is reflected here. 2018, we put in some measures, and that's been taken up on half a dozen roads. So it's worked in some cases, but we're talking about a bigger area with targeted parts of the network, and I just can't help but think we shouldn't be just revisiting that in some way as a conversation. Getting to your question, Rod, about how do we work through this? I actually think, and honestly, this is an honest opinion here, I actually think local governments are under stress. Okay, and I'm not wanting to pass the buck here, but I really do think we're under enormous stress from a budgetary perspective without the level of support for our local roads. And being not maintained means that we won't be able to get a grant assistance for it. So we're really in a bind as far as we need them to be recognised as maintained to attract some level of grant funding to support us to keep maintaining them. I think we need to treat this as a real learning opportunity for us and for other local governments. And I'm actually prepared to have a deeper session on this, to be perfectly honest, as a council, because I think we're some way pigeonholing ourselves to say we can't afford it. That's it. We're done. But I think we need to think it through broadly, and maybe other local governments have got different ways of thinking. I'm not sure, But I just think we're saying, well, you've got to get to this standard, so that's it. There's a lot of areas we've travelled on over the last month or so that they're quite happy with not the width that we're asking, not the standard of service, and making sure we can get to a level. So I encourage us to think of this as a learning opportunity in a pragmatic approach to actually finding solutions. And we're not alone as a local government jurisdiction. So I think it's a bigger discussion, but I'd really love your input there, Rod, to think if that's even worth considering, and if we can consider it, I'd be more than happy, and it's early to do this, but defer this to another session where we can have a broader discussion with some outside thinking of how we can deal with it. Because every recommendation here doesn't make it go away. Doesn't make it go away. It's mitigating for the future if we go down the planning scheme, but we've got residents out there, whether you look at safety, whatever you look at, and keeping in mind, and we know that the rain's been terrible, these roads have been bad before the rain as well. So I think we just need to treat it as a learning opportunity. It might be frustrating for the community, but we need to work out some way in which to do it. And that's why I'm quite comfortable to actually defer it to have a better discussion.
Councillor McDonald, look, I can just start by acknowledging everything you've said, and I don't disagree. I think where we have come from this in the past, we've already relaxed the standard that was adopted in our 2012 planning scheme for gravel roads significantly. When we talk formation width, that's trying to ensure that there's a width there that a car can pass an oncoming car slowly. We're not seeking any more than that. In terms of a gravel width, we're just trying to ensure that there's a sufficient width of gravel there for a vehicle to stay, or when passing to at least have one wheel on the gravel. We're not looking to create situations where people go off the sides of the road and get bogged in table drains. A lot of the roads that we already maintain don't have a great level of table drainage, and hence the road becomes the drain, and we experience the flood damage that we do in the wetter seasons. As to what other councils do, I know that there's one or two of the coastal councils who have much shorter lengths of road network to deal with, far fewer numbers of situations, and they're then able to deal with that differently when they look at it amongst all of the things that they have to do. So it is a little bit council specific as to what circumstances we each find ourselves in. But I guess the intentions with when we talk about standards is, our intention with that standard is that we can be reasonably confident that the road will survive the sort of wet season that we have seen. And that's where the formation, the drainage and the cross drainage in particular becomes just so very important. And a lot of the costs in there are in getting that basic structure of the road right so that it does have that resilience. And in some ways the gravel surfacing on top is the one that gives you that access in times of wet weather. So from that point of view, and certainly I'd appreciate that Mike to be here as part of that discussion. We don't believe we're gold plating it. And it is perhaps, we would have some roads out there that we have agreed to maintain that are not that standard, but we don't want that to become the rule rather than the exception.
Sure. If I just make...
and if I can just add to
You're
that,
right, yeah.
It's one thing to look at the capital cost of something up front, but the true cost of it lies in the whole of life cycle and the ongoing maintenance. And the lesser standard it is to start with, the higher risk goes with that future maintenance and the higher cost.
Totally get and understand fully. Thank you, Rod, for that. When we're talking cross drainage, that's another area that, in some of the roads certainly we've traversed over the last little while, it seems to be the cross drainage that is the issue that's created the problem with the surface. So in some instances they've been covered over or whatever the case is. So that's why I say I do think that we need a bigger discussion here. And, we've got an LGAQ conference coming up, and perhaps there's an opportunity for us to actually have LGAQ assist in lobbying as well for us, because it is not going away. It'll get worse. So let's treat this as a learning opportunity, and let's have a pragmatic approach to it and trying to find solutions that will hopefully find less of these happening for 20, 30, 50 years. And you wind the clock forward 50 years' time, and the councillors sitting around this table will have this same issue if we don't slowly but surely do something about it, whatever that may be. So my recommendation would be to defer, to have that conversation, and having the GM in the room, as you say, Rod, would be a useful a bit of advice as well, I would say, along the way.
Councillor McDonald, we've had tremendous input and lots of work gone into several information sessions. Just for councillors, the road network in Queensland is 82% local, but in our shire, it's almost 86% that belongs to this council, and that's formed roads that's on our maintenance. That's not without these. So, I mean, I just don't know how we can redress this. When you buy a block of land off a developer, they pay up front for roads and other networks that you pay for when you buy your block. And out here it's rural land, and what they're looking for is for the community to pick up that cost. And I think that that's the prism you need to probably have a look at it. And we have people lined up. Councillor Nancy Summerfield.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And look, I think we can all acknowledge this is a really tricky situation we're in. And quite frankly, I would like to second Councillor Jeff's suggestion of deferring. But I've got a number of questions that I really would like to ask today, if I could. So in relation to the minimum standard gravel road, going back, we did a workshop back in 2018 or something, where we tried to reduce the standard of gravel roads. So my question is this minimum standard our council standard, or is that across Queensland?
I think it'd be fair to say that each council probably has its own standards, its own practices. There is a document that has been put out through the IPWAQ, the Institution of Public Works Engineers Australia, Queensland Division, regarding lower order road standards. We, as a result of that 2018 workshops and report to council, there was actually a report that endorsed that we adopt, instead of the, so 6 on 8 as a gravel road applies to in the planning scheme for a development situation. Council at that time was prepared to relax it to a 4 metre gravel on 7 metre formation, again for that two-way passage of traffic. But in situations where that formation might involve tree clearing or significant earthworks, we were prepared to bring that width back to 6 metres. So that's to the points of the shoulders that the vehicles can travel on, and the table drains are then outside that to whatever shape they fill in. IPWAQ for a low volume road does go as low as 3.5 metres gravel, so this much less gravel than what we're talking about across from me to Nick, on a 6.5 metre formation, which fits halfway between those sorts of things. So I think we're already in that area of consistency with IPWAQ suggested practice. And I, again, without Mike being here, I would question whether for, it's very rare that these roads serve one and only one owner. There are a few of them out there that is the case, but in numbers of cases there's multiple owners and potentially others if it's a through road and linkage. So we do need to be mindful of keeping a width that's suitable for vehicles to pass safely, driving to the conditions they find on the road at that time.
Thank you. So perhaps if the idea of deferring this gets up here today, that that we could have some examples of different councils and the IP
Yeah, we've done a bit of benchmarking
one
there,
as part of that workshop. So then the $200,000 to $400,000 per kilometre, is that also in line with other councils' costs?
Look, at this point, we probably haven't gone to councils and asked them that specific question.
All right, so if that could come to the workshop too, if that
Again, it
gets up.
comes to what environment they're working in, what the soil conditions
Oh,
are.
absolutely,
and
which
all
is
of
why
those
the
sorts of
200
issues.
to
So,
400.
But that's the, indicatively what we're finding in some of the situations we're encountering.
Thank you. So then the annual program of upgrading gravel to bitumen that was introduced in the 19/20 financial year, So can you advise how much we've actually delivered as a result of that?
Generally, a couple of projects each year, and I can recall, wish Michael Whirling was here, we did do one at Greenmount, which was Felton Street, I think. We've done a couple at Hampton, Davidson Lane, and I'm not sure whether Chapman Street's been built yet or not, but it's certainly been designed. That's in a township situation. We have a couple more. I think we're looking at one at Wairima or Cambodia this year. Sorry for my confusion, but we do
No.
design one year and then build in the following year.
That's fine.
Certainly in terms of the rural roads, Wilson's Road, I think we have done. But
All right, I have
we've done a
asked you
section
that
on
off.
Rosenberg, so
So maybe.
it is
yeah.
generally only, by the time we go through the budget process, we might put up 3 or 4, but 2 seem to make it through reasonably reliably.
Okay,
To
so-
this council, Councillor Summerfield.
Sorry, what was that?
It comes to council
Yeah,
in the
okay.
budget.
Yep. Thank you. So then I just wondered, is there I suppose, how do you decide? You do have a criteria that decides what road gets done next. Is that the case?
And the criteria we have for gravel to Bridgeman, we did workshop with councillors, and it was they are attachments to the report that we've attached here, I believe, in 2018.
I don't believe that any of us were able to open those links, I don't think.
Apologies. Okay, well, we can certainly circulate that if needed. At this point, as I said, whilst we've indicated that we would look to develop a suitable multi-criteria assessment process, it may have some similarities to what we're doing for gravel to bitumen, but it may have some other factors that we need to consider there as well. We haven't got that together yet.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, a couple more and then I'm finished. So the report talks about where historical evidence can be found in council's records that a section of road has been maintained by council in the past. This is accepted and the road register is updated accordingly. So in the case of Ostrich Road, we'll use that as an example, seeing as how it's getting quite a bit of high profile in the press at the moment. I believe the Today Show is going out there on Friday. I'm just wondering, we've been told, and I think it's in the report there somewhere, I just couldn't find it a minute ago, that a contractor did work on that road to access some works. I think it was for the water department at some stage or another. And we're saying, but that was an external body that did that. However, they did it on behalf of council, and if council had to do works up there, they would have had to have done something to the road to get it up. So wouldn't that indicate that the road has been maintained by council in the past if we or people that we've employed do works on it?
Look, I think that's a situation that's actually not uncommon, and that particular pipeline, I believe, is the sewer rising main that connects our southern townships to Wotala. So that's all the way from Wairima around the western side of Westbrook, then out into this sort of country, and then possibly up and through further unformed roads. But generally speaking, a lot of these pipelines in the regional sense, and even the Southern Water Pipeline to that degree, is likely to look at a road reserve as a short way of going from A to B without involving land resumptions with property owners. So we tend to find that whatever utilities are looking at providing additional services, whether it's water or wastewater, telcos, Ergon to some degree, but Ergon will tend to try and take the straightest line between 2 points because they can. We find that in these unformed roads there are various shapes or infrastructures that exist where access was created only for the purpose of the time of the actual construction. It wasn't created in a way that was intended to be maintained into the future. As and when issues arise, then obviously whoever looks after that utility then has to find a way to create temporary access yet again. But again, those sorts of projects are not there to build and form a road to a maintained standard, and they generally do. They generally won't go there in wet weather. They'll wait until it dries out and they can simply drive over what's there with or without a bit of grading to shape it up to get a truck down there. and what they leave behind, they rarely return the road to its previous state, but they generally never intend to, unless you're a major project like Inland Rail, where they will be creating, and even the second range crossing, where the contractors do create permanent access tracks within those particular corridors. So when you have a major project like Inland Rail or the second range crossing, there are certainly permanent tracks that they form for their access purposes ongoing, particularly where they've got ongoing maintenance obligations in relation to that infrastructure. But for those other pipeline types of projects or utility type projects, APA doesn't have physically constructed, maintained road access all the way from Moonee to Brisbane. They can't afford to do that. They can afford to put the pipelines in and then trust and hope that they only re-provide access, temporary access, as and when they need to repair things.
Thank you for that. Look, we've talked previously about, we don't have things in place to stop these developments occurring where there's roads, and that, item 6 in the recommendation reflects that work's got to be done. I'm really hopeful that council will defer this so that we can actually try and come up with some solutions, because I believe we have to do something. And what that looks like, I think, would be better outcomed at a workshop.
Thank you, Councillor Nancy. Councillor Jones?
Thanks, Madam Chair. First of all, probably just acknowledge what a lot of other people have said, Rod, to you and your team. I think we all very much understand the complexity and the situation that we do face here. But I guess on the same token with that's also something, I guess, that's continued to create that angst for residents. I think we've got two issues here. One, obviously, is, as we talked about, is what's there in 6, and that's the future. That's the moving forward part of how we prevent this happening in the future. But the rest of it is a bigger issue of the past and how we've ended up there. If it's amalgamation, if it's certifiers, if it's definition around consideration of what all-weather access is, etc. I think is, it is what it is. We are where we are. My question just about that is, so just a hypothetical, well, two questions, sorry. One's probably for you, Rod, and the other maybe for planning. So I just want to understand how we term the words considerable. I think it's considerable wider benefit to the community. So is that a number? Is that 5, 10, 100, like that? And then secondly, let's just, Ostrich Road's one that's just been brought up. Let's just say I buy a property there today. Can I build a house on it? Can I get approval to build a house on it tomorrow with a certifier ticking off on it and it fits under our planning scheme as in right now?
I might defer to Stuart on that one, if I may, James.
Yeah. But the wider community, how do we term that in terms of
wider community
benefit?
And look, I think that's the reason why each of these, the 3 that have been built, have been the matter of reports to council. Okay. So at the end of the day, it's the council's collective decision as council as to what is a wider community benefit. Again, in those situations, significant contributions have been forthcoming, and those situations were able to be resolved, but that's 3 in the last 3 to 5 years. And on Ostrich Road is a situation where the residents were prepared to offer an amount of money, but some residents, but it was nowhere near what's needed to help support construction of that road.
Okay.
I do apologise, I only heard part of the question.
No, Stuart, so my question is, as I said, we're looking at the changes in 6 here. So as of right now, I buy a block of land on Ostrich Road and I want to build a house on it tomorrow. I've got a certifier that, as we've talked about in this term, that says the road, can I build a house on it tomorrow? Under the current planning scheme, under what we currently have right now.
If you're looking at the full length of Ostrich Road, or however you pronounce it, there's certainly an area that's a no-go area. It is paddocks. But as you move in that, is it a westerly direction, easterly direction?
Southerly direction, south of Max Smith Road.
Southerly direction, it gets better.
Also, north of Max Smith Road is a gravel North of Mac Smith Road
I guess
is a gravel maintained road.
the bar is very low at the moment. If it's formed and it's passable in all weathers,
It's not.
then a certifier is probably going to issue an approval. But there are parts of that road that certainly do not qualify for any of that, which is just grass at the moment. As you move back, there's that issue with the creek crossing, and at some stage, I think some of the landowners there have put in a crossing of some sort. I don't think it was council that put that in at all. And that's of a standard. Yeah, look, it's a very... And the whole process here is that in the new scheme we'll be looking at a couple of issues. One is, how do we control detached houses in rural zones, and should we? And two, if a house is to be permitted, what is the road standard? And there's been a whole range of discussions about that, and I think probably by workshopping it through we may end up coming up with another standard, a driveway road type standard or whatever, I don't know, but that's something that might come out of a workshop. But at the moment it is a very low bar. That's part of the issue.
All right. Thanks, Stuart. I mean, well, I think that sort of summarises the situation in terms of that right now there's nothing stopping anyone building another house on any of these particular roads as of now, following the rules that we have, with an asterisk, as you said, because there's a few bits and pieces that go with that. So what that highlights, again, is that to simply, to mitigate it by putting up a sign, I kind of feel like, turning up to a house fire the day after and explaining to them that there's no water. I mean, we're not really helping the situation on either end, and I know it's been flagged for a deferral, and I'm not against that because I don't know. I honestly can't put my finger on and say what the solution is moving forward, because I understand the cost to it and I understand all of these things that go with it, and understand in the past there are some residents who have actually paid money under our policy to upgrade roads. However, the issue with the deferral and everything I have here is just that some people on some of these roads, if we defer again without any sort of certainty of where it's going, this is just a continuation of, will this be the third deferral in many ways of if it was to go that way? Could be more. So again, as I said though, I don't think where we've landed today is exactly where we want to be, but I think we need to be a little bit clearer on how we can moving forward, because as a couple of people have said, the issue's certainly not going away, and I respectfully, in my opinion, don't feel as though putting up signs telling people that the road is of a certain standard, that have lived there or had a house there or can build a house on there tomorrow, is really, in the best interests of everyone. That's just my comment or opinion.
Councillor James, $5 to $10 million would fix it, and that's only 12 of them.
Yeah, respectfully, Councillor Taylor, as I said, I understand that. That's what I mean. I think we all understand that. We understand the gravity of the situation. We understand the cost of it. We understand the budgetary constraints. But at the same time, is putting a sign up what we as a council are saying is sufficient to people who don't have access to a road, as I said, regardless of the background and regardless of... We are where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Kerry?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I agree with Councillor McDonald that I'd like it deferred. As a new councillor here, we haven't had the benefit of the past experience of other councillors, and this is an issue which I'm sure all of us realise is a very important one to many people in the roads that are affected. Secondly, could I compliment those in the infrastructure department portfolio, and indeed Councillor Taylor herself, for the fortitude that you've had to show over many years in defending, if you like, the council's position. It's the hardest thing for anyone, let alone a politician, to say no to anyone, and that's what's had to be done consistently over a long period of time. And I don't envy your position there at all. I just want to raise, while we're on talking about item 6, I notice in the legal issues part of it, and I want to be careful here because it's an open meeting, but the legal issues didn't address in any way, shape or form that I could see the matters raised in item 6. And I think that if we are to defer it, are to have a further consideration, that King & Co should be asked to comment on any legal consequences, adverse legal consequences to council in cutting off people's right to use that land in a way that they currently intend to do so.
Councillor Shine, that 6 is going forward. King & Co were here, and they did have we had an information session. King & Co were here and did address questions.
That particular issue,
Yeah, look, at the moment, basically there is the only control over housing in rural areas is an indirect control, and that relates to access. And the access is described in a certain way. It would be cleaner and clearer if there was a level of assessment required for any detached, or attached for that matter, house in a rural area. I mean, rural areas are not residential areas. People are choosing to, and that's, the issue, of course, is complicated by the fact that right across our region, the titles are fragmented. Most farms are made up of 12, 2 dozen titles. And at any stage you could sell one of those titles, and if it had road access, someone could go to a building certifier and get a house on it. And that is an ever-present existential threat to good agricultural land. Has been for a long time, and other jurisdictions have certainly looked at it in a very serious light and brought in legislation to cover off on that, but we haven't done that in Queensland, and local governments struggle to do it on its own, or local government struggles to do it on its own. I'll get that out in a minute. So, yeah, it's really a regional planning matter, and it's probably a matter that we would need to go to the state with. But we can probably easily put in a level of assessment for detached houses, such as code assessment for a detached house in a rural zone.
if I just might, I suppose what I'm concerned about is if I have an existing right, I bought this property, I have an existing right to put a house on it, and all of a sudden council come along and say I can't do it, then I've lost an existing right, and I am wondering, are we leaving ourselves, are we exposing ourselves to compensation claims for that, for the loss of that right, or should we just say in the future, from a certain date, this will apply, so that if I buy land in the future, then I don't have that right to build that house because of the road situation. So rather than an existing one, a future right.
We're always facing that question, even by increasing the level of standard for the road would be an issue. We're not taking away the right either. What we are doing would be imposing possibly a level of assessment, and so. Yeah. Daniel was just reminding me that there's a requirement that the road must, that any detached house or any request for a house must have access to a formed road. But we had that discussion. It's a very low bar. It's a very low bar. What you're suggesting there, would we be open to compensation if we were to include a provision in our scheme that made it mandatory for people to take out a planning approval, code assessment, I would think would be reasonable, could be impact, but code assessable is not removing their right, they just have to get an approval to do it. Council could say no if it doesn't fit a particular set of policies, but I think that's a small risk compared to the risk of sterilising very important agricultural values across the region.
Thank you,
That's a
Councillor
personal
Kerry. You're right.
opinion, that one.
Thank you, Stuart. Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Chair. Most of my comments have already been made by Councillors McMahon, Summerfield, O'Shea, Shine and McDonald, but I think my concern here is that what's in the report conflates several issues, and the broad brush approach sits uncomfortably with me because we should, in my opinion, have policies, absolutely, and good policy also means that we assess on its own merits each piece of information that comes to us as councillors. And I look at some of those roads that are listed in item number 5, and they're really different issues that affect those roads. So they should be assessed on their own merits. And I think, Councillor McDonald, you took the words out of my notes here because I said, this, what's before us today, this doesn't make the problems disappear. And how does what's before us help the community? How does this serve the community? I understand that it's hard and we've got these real financial pressures, but we've got to be able to do hard things and serve the community. So my question is actually to understand more, if we deferred this, I share Councillor O'Shea's concerns about what does that do for the people on those roads who are coming to us and asking for help, as opposed to voting this down today. What happens to those people on those roads asking us for help? Through you, Chair, to the Acting General Manager.
I'm not acting, I'm just presenting the
General
report.
Manager.
That's okay.
Through you to Rod, thank you.
The difficulty is the dollars, really, at the end of the day. Dollars are required, whatever standard council might ultimately accept. And the question then is, how are those dollars provided to achieve that outcome? And perhaps that's a separate discussion. So really what we're trying to get to today is, does council wish to, as you were saying, does council wish to construct some of these roads, whether that's funded by the applicant or funded entirely by us or funded by grants or whatever? Is there a direction from council to start looking at this end of the road network that historically we haven't looked at? The funding question is ever present, and as Anne-Marie has said on numbers of occasions, there is a certain cap on council's ability to do these things if we continue to operate under our current financial sustainability parameters. Anne-Marie, is there anything you might
Anne-Marie,
wish to say
would you
about
like to add something there? Thanks.
I'd just be after specifics, please, about if we defer, what the actual process looks like, and if we were to vote this down entirely, what the process looks like of assessing these roads.
They're only some of the roads. They're just put there as an example.
Yes, good afternoon, councillors. So we have been on the sustainability journey while we were bringing down the budget. So what I think the decision would have to be made, first of all, is this what council wishes to do? You wish to look after these roads, which are not on a register at this point in time. And then if that decision, that has to be your first decision, and then it is how those works get prioritised within our prioritisation framework for bringing down the capital works programme. So we know what the cap is. We've worked very hard to develop that cap, and that cap ensures the long-term sustainability for the region. We've also factored in the critical water projects that we need to deliver over the next 10 years. So these projects would have to be factored into our overall planning for the 10-year capital works programme. So we're adopting a 3-year budget. So I don't know I don't know what the quantum of the projects is, and Rod can probably say how many roads we're actually talking about. But first of all, it has to be a decision from council, and then as officers, we model those projects into the overall programme, ensuring our sustainability.
And I guess at the moment, the gravel to bitumen program is indicatively, say, $1 million a year out of ISG's 60 to 62, or whatever that number is. And it's a program that's already under pressure in terms of asset renewal as well as upgrades. So our ability to, something has to give way if we're to try and include it within current funding limits. And indicatively, I would think $1 million a year is 1% equivalent, roughly equivalent to a 1% rate rise. So if we were talking about additional funding, then it would be asking council to consider a percentage rate rise simply to provide $1 million a year to put to this purpose.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor McDonald then. For now, or when we get there, just to be thinking about some of the specifics about a deferral, because I am concerned that we're not addressing it with the haste that some of the residents need. So some fleshing out of that would be appreciated.
Yeah, no, and I think, thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. I think my reasons for deferring have been pretty well explained actually through the conversations that I've had, and I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that this is deferred for an extended period of time, but what I do believe is that we actually need to look at this in a different light. So therefore I'd like some different thinking around that conversation that we have in a workshop, what that might be, and I don't have the answers. I'm hopeful that with perhaps input from outside areas of council, but also input from our officers and inside this room, we will find a solution. I guess what the message that I would send, rather than, and I would vote against this motion, just to put that out there, that to me would be quite a negative response to the community to say that, we're not going to consider this. I do believe we have to consider it. It's a problem that isn't going away. In fact, it'll get worse. And I do think it's a learning opportunity for this council and other local governments. So I think we actually, irrespective of the good work that we've done to date, it's clear that we need to revisit some of those areas we've discussed, whether it's the levels of service that we're providing, whatever it may be. But I think that's a workshop situation for us, and it might take a bit longer than what we think to find a solution. And the solution mightn't be palatable to everyone. But my problem today is that by voting it down, it would send a worse message to the community, because that's not our intent as a council. Our intent is to find a solution rather than the ones that perhaps are being recommended today. There may be some others that might unearth themselves. That's the reason. But I'd probably put a time frame on that, defer to a future infrastructure committee, and it might be a few months' time or something.
I'd just like to say that we have a whole community to serve, not just the people on these roads. And whatever we do impacts on the whole community, whole rate base and our budgets. So, Councillor Bill, and then Councillor Melissa, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I agree with the comments around the room. However, not dismissing the current present situation, I really would hark back to point 6. And in the context of mass people movement, which major regional centres are experiencing right across the country. And people are moving into these regions because, 1, they want a bit of space, 2, it's cheaper, and 3, it doesn't cost them much to set up their enterprise in an area that's not necessarily serviced by all those utilities. So, absolutely concur with Councillor Jeff. The risk will go through the roof. There is no question about this. So whatever we choose to put in place now, we need to have done our homework because we will get stung by that word risk financially. this fragmentation of land that is continuing because of the reasons I've outlined. Stuart, General Manager for Planning and Development, I'd suggest, and this is the reason why I support a deferral, because I want to put some solutions on the table here, or some topics for discussion here now for us to consider. And not here now, but at a future workshop. And those things are considering more than just a house, a detached dwelling, as accessible, because of the increased scale and intensity of activities that happen on these types of peri-urban blocks, and the intense stress and strain it puts on the lack of infrastructure, i.e. roads and other such networks that are requested down the track. So I'd suggest to you that we have, under that point 6, we need to have a really close look at what is accessible. And it's very, very timely, this, because we're hearing about the cost of living, we're hearing about the cost of production, primary production, and we're hearing about the cost of increased food mileage. So we should be considering very carefully in our land use planning exercise around planning scheme review about the types of assessment that are applicable, i.e. a massive shed that a commercial activity or an associated, to a lesser extent, an associated rural activity where processing and transportation and all sorts of things, materials, supplies, goods go to and from a shed on an unformed road. Doesn't make sense. We better make sure we assess that stuff in a rural zone. The suggestion that I would like to put up for consideration at this future discussion, or one of them, is it possible, along the notion of buyer beware, that it's searchable, a free search, not the extended one that people pay for, at the time of purchase of these blocks, which will continue to come on the market, that it's a free search, that a notice is flagged if it's on an unformed road or doesn't, it's not on council's road hierarchy. Now, I'll let the technical officers work the detail out on that. But that's my first point. And then the last one in closing is, could we consider a combination of, in keeping with our current policy, a combination of contributions, and for those people in situations where they wish to bring forward the development of these roads, unscheduled, unformed roads, that we look at a differential rating system to not put the burden of a % rate rise out of the general rates across the entire general rate base, ratepayers, for the sum total of, I don't know, I'll pick a number, a dozen people. So I think we really need to have a close discussion and a detailed discussion, and also around the notion of exclusion of people's rights. It's the same discussion or narrative we've been holding the line on around developers having the right to develop outside the PIA. They just need to pay the bring forward costs because it's not on council's financial schedule on their local government infrastructure plan. That's a common principle, and it's a fair and equitable one to the rest of the rate base. They're the discussions I'd like us to have. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Really good points. And, you know, I guess that there are a couple of large sheds. In some of these areas, I think that's a timely discussion that we need to have. Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for your comments around the table today. This is a subject that has weighed on me dreadfully. The phone calls, the emails, the messages that come through constantly, the visits that I've had to residents, and a lot of those roads that have been listed today, I actually have been out to witness it is a very critical situation that we find ourselves in. And I see that there are two issues on the table, and the points I'm about to make probably have already been discussed around this table. One is the here and now, and that's a decision for council as to whether we fund said roads immediately or not, and that comes at a cost to this community of tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And we, around this table, have the responsibility to be fiscally responsible to our community, but we also have the responsibility to keep our community safe. And this council and community don't want to bear witness to any tragedy that may occur on our roads. So it is a very difficult position that we find ourselves in, and a position that won't go away, and has already been stated will only get worse. And as much as I feel that a deferral is not optimal, because I fear paralysis by analysis, but it is critical that we get this right. And the position that we find ourselves in shows how important it is that we get it right. So it is not a decision to be made lightly, and it is not a decision that should be made by the voices of a few, and it should be a decision that's made carefully, with precision as much as we can, and one that takes in the needs of our entire community, because it is the entire community that will bear the cost of the decisions made around this table. So I believe that a pragmatic approach and a different lens around this issue needs to be taken. We have had meeting upon meeting in ISG. We have had workshop after workshop and info session after info session. But I believe that we need a different lens. And I don't want to say to the community, we can't afford it, which we can't, but I want to be able to put my hand on my heart and say to my community, we have looked at this at every angle that we can, and we have looked through every lens that we can. And I think it's really important that we can all say that. So as much as I don't want to defer this, and I would love a decision that is going to benefit everyone in our community as soon as possible, and I understand there are people and homes and families out there that are really feeling it. I don't want to rush it either. So I think a deferral is important to get every lens over this as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. I'd just like to make a comment. These issues have been around since 2008 in one way and another, and they weigh very heavily on myself and on our teams. And we're not uncaring. In a perfect world, everyone could have everything they want, but someone pays. And you cannot stretch. Budgets are under increased pressure as road conditions deteriorate, certainly ISG, from ongoing events and damage that is only, as has been mentioned in the report, that may take 2 or 3 years before it becomes apparent. How we fix those things, how we make our budgets, there's no, you can fix it by putting more money in there, but where you find it from, that's the thing. You cannot ask people to go and do more with less ongoing. It just doesn't work. And it really is a user pay system. And at the end of the day, whoever pays, whether it be the whole community or the people that are receiving the benefit, that's up to this council. But you need to go into it with your eyes wide open. You cannot, there is no more money. And if you take something from one area, then those people that have been promised that have to go without as well. And I don't think that I keep saying it for my whole local government career, we should not be just listening to the 10%, the noisy ones, and the press involved. We cannot make decisions by media, and that's not how this council should operate. In any case, I'm in your hands. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and your contribution. Rodney, did you want to make any comment?
No, I'd just like to acknowledge that all of those questions that you've asked are valid. If we were looking to defer, then in terms of further direction, there's a number of avenues here that you've asked us to further investigate. If I might just summarise those, what are our standards, our levels of service that can we look at that differently? You're interested in understanding how other councils may be dealing with this problem. A couple of points there that we'd follow through with Stuart about what are we looking to, is it just houses or are there broader activities in rural areas, and probably trying to come to that. So perhaps there's two aspects, the engineering plus the planning. Interest in maybe bringing some information forward on potential for differential rating systems. I know we've had Shane Morris at some of the information sessions previously, and Shane, I believe, is undertaking a rating review this coming financial year anyway. And noting some of the principles that we're bringing forward at cost from PIAs and things like that, that's a fair principle. It's probably the main points I've picked up. Might there be any more?
Did we miss something, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, a notice, a flag that pops up on a rate on
Yes.
unformed
Yes.
road network or unscheduled road network, particularly where council does not maintain road network.
Yes, and in relation to that, in the very first section of the report about the road register, there's a couple of paragraphs about what we're currently doing there, but we can talk more about that.
And I think that is a respectful way to let a future resident know that, hey, it's no good finding out after you put the cash down on the line and 14 days have expired. You're done and dusted, mate.
Yes.
So it's just, I think, a good, open, transparent way of dealing with the community.
And Councillor Bill, it's a good point. I totally support it, because it's not just this area, there's other areas to be taken into account as well. Thank you. Did we miss anything else? No? So,
Karen, if I may, just
yes,
in
Rodney.
respect of timelines and conversing with our General Manager, I think we would, to chase that information down and to do a further workshop, some justice in that respect, we would probably be looking towards September, October. It's, as you said, there's quite a bit of research to be done there to bring that information back, which would then mean we're potentially trying to get a report for a decision by the end of this year, November or December, in terms of time frame.
Look, this is a very important decision, not just for now, but for the future of this council, and I dare say that for many other local governments to try and work through this. And it may well be, Madam Chair, I raised it, and you'd know better than anyone in this room around local government motions that can go there and whether this would be of any benefit for that, and perhaps that's something that could be worked up as well.
Councillor McDonald, I have to say to you that should there be a motion, and I'm thinking of one for biosecurity, it needs to go through our meeting next Tuesday, and that is the cut-off point.
Brilliant, thank you. That's good advice. So perhaps through you to Rod, we might be able to do something in that regard. Would that be okay?
Right, okay.
There's very little time,
For
councillors. It
consideration.
takes a lot of capacity, and we're very stretched.
That's fine. Okay, if it's possible, that would be great. So Rod, the motion there says for consideration within the next 3 months. So maybe that might be a bit tight.
I was possibly thinking of certainly of brief information sessions within the next 3 months, but
Yeah, okay.
an actual report would then have to follow on.
Sure.
And considering your time frame on agendas and things, it would be probably adding at least one more to that, 4 months. To give
Okay,
you-
so well, let's add next 4 months.
which would put us into November.
November.
Yep.
Would that be reasonable? Just to give some clarity to the public, there's a lot of interest in this.
Yes.
So I'm happy to move that recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded Councillor Bill, moved Councillor McDonald, and the recommendation is, as said, that this matter be deferred for consideration at a future Infrastructure Committee meeting within the next 4 months. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Carl. Oh, sorry, I saw Councillor Carl raise his hand. So who seconded it?
Oh, sorry, simply that I had said earlier that I would second it.
Oh, sorry, Councillor
Yeah, no, that's
Summerfield,
okay. You probably forgot with all the future discussion after that.
So
Madam Chair,
moved
that's what I
Councillor.
was signalling. I'm not
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Chair.
was just looking at your hand. Sorry, Councillor, hands are in the news today. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, it's carried, thank you. As it's committee, we get our opportunity next week. Thank you, bye. Thank you very much, everyone, for your input on what is a very difficult decision and I don't see, honestly, it will just be ongoing. So, thank you. Thank you, Rod. Thank you, Mike, for paying attention. Thank you, Anne-Marie, for being here, and thank you, Stuart, for both of you for your comments. Thank you. I suggest we have lunch. I think.
Well, Councillor Taylor, I was just about to say this. It's only a confidential session. There's only 2 items.
Yeah, okay.
And the officers here have been waiting.
Okay, so I'm in your hands. Will we go forward with it? Okay, thank you. That ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for July, and we can I ask for an adjournment? Thanks. Moved Councillor McDonald, seconded Councillor O'Shea. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you.
Got to reopen the committee, haven't we?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Well, do you want that, Carol?
No.
Councillors, we'll resume the meeting and thanks, mate. Can I have a motion to go into close? Oh, sorry, the camera's on. Motion to go into close. Councillor Kerry, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Thank you. Item 07, councillors, of the confidentials of the Planning and Development Committee report. It's there for noting the court appeals and compensation claims. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Tim. Those in favour? That's carried. Thanks, councillors. That concludes the Planning and Development Committee for today. In fact, the committee meeting for today. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your day. Don't work too hard. Thanks.